Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Friday, April 26th. Still messed up on my schedule. Probably going to be messed up on my schedule for the foreseeable future, at least several weeks. But things are slowly working their way back to normal and hopefully stay that way. That being said, I can quickly go through the accountability section, in that I have been playing Hand of Fate 2 off screen, but I have not been making any footage of Hand of Fate 2. Instead, I'm really just grinding out the gameplay there, which there's a lot of gameplay to grind out to upgrade the cards to get them into a doable place. Particularly, you need to max out the companion characters, the first 4 companion characters, to beat the game. And it looks like less than 5% of players made it to that point. And I can certainly see why. It's just time consuming. There's gatekeeping elements, like one of the companion quests to do is to just have 27 pieces of food, and that's like the second quest step. So you're not likely to just luck into having that much food. The game in general gives you somewhere around 8 or 9 food at its peaks, and if you work really hard, maybe you could get to 16 pieces of food. So to get to 27, you've got to have upgraded several other platinum cards, and just gotten very lucky and unlocked a lot of event cards that result in giving you food. And you still need to find the right level to play to even have that as a chance. And so that's one of the things I've been doing, is just going back and playing different levels and trying to evaluate, is this the right kind of level to play to get the companions quest done. In that whole process, we have a tryout duel also being advertised. We cannot do that yet, and one would hope with 3 victories there, that would be, wow, we can do it. I mean, let's just do it now and see if we can get that done. I thought having overlapping challenges is a problem, certainly, but also I would say that previous challenge was pretty awful, so this gives me a good excuse to ignore it for possibly all of today. So through the process of grinding out things, I've also upgraded and unlocked a bunch of cards that probably won't have any major difference to the whole experience. So this tryout duel has this card. Activate this card, paying 1,000 points, negate the effect of all face-up monsters while the face-up on the field, but their effects can still be activated. So so effectively my deck here is going to be pretty useless. We might just get a quick disconnect real quick here for 3 times in a row if we get really lucky. All face-up monsters, which means spells and traps are still good. The good news on that is I only have one of the first 4 companion characters to finish, so I have made some progress, and I've upgraded some cards. So I am very close to being in a decent position where I can make that final bit of footage. And finish Hand of Fate 2, then move on to Fallout New Vegas. Although there might be the beginning of a seed in my mind to just go ahead and skip Fallout New Vegas even, because I'd be so late to the party when that came out anyways. Might as well play Fallout New Vegas now and not release the footage until Fallout Season 2 is done. A lot of the hype around the Fallout games, I think, has died down at this point, or is at least beginning to die down. The Fallout 4 next generation update came to PC, broke modded save files, and seemingly, as one report I saw, I've only seen one report, seemingly on PC didn't really change anything graphically, which was what they kind of expected. So it just doesn't seem like they quite did what people would have wanted there for PC. Maybe they improved some things for the console versions of the game. So he just straight up surrendered as soon as I was able to even start to activate things out of the graveyard, which if he had stayed around, he would have fairly quickly realized that I wasn't actually capable of doing anything from any of that. But yeah. I also want to do a Lego set. I haven't done a Lego set in a long time. I still have a lot of them. Too many in a backlog. So over the weekend I may, even before finishing Hand of Fate 2, I may do a Lego set. Not that I really have time for that. Well, something I did, or maybe nothing I did. Let's phrase that better. I've been looking at my Steam Deck without really doing too much on it, and I noticed in docked mode, when it's on screensaver with the Steam client open, we know that the Steam client seems to want to prevent the screensaver, or seems to prevent the screensaver for a long time, and then every now and then will let the screensaver activate. Well, having it sit around, I noticed it would flash every now and then. The screen would just go flash white and come back on and then disappear after flashing. And then I closed the Steam client and let the Steam Deck let the screen go to sleep and fall and all of that, and the flashing went away. So it's clearly the Steam client. We know it's the Steam client that's the problem. Here's one card I can play. So from that, there is some more work I could potentially try and do to suspend the process and make sure that if the Steam client is open. It does occur to me that if I could get the creator of K-Alarm to make a docked mode, it still really wouldn't work that well on the Steam Deck, because it really would only be for desktop mode, and most people would prefer it to work always. So on that thought, it really is, Steam needs to get their own docked clock app programmed. That way, if it's in gaming mode or if it's in desktop mode, it works. I'm still not 100% sure what gaming mode actually is. I would assume what it is that it is a different Windows session. That you have like a Windows session 1 that is gaming mode and just has everything hidden. So the start menu, the desktop, all of that is just doesn't launch in Windows session 1. And only the Steam client launches in its gaming mode form there. That's what I would assume it is. It could be something completely different, though. It could be its own desktop client that has nothing to do with KDE Plasma. It could be its own, like, almost completely different operating system, if it really wanted to be. The two could be so separated out. There is a small possibility of that being the case. but I'm not sure I even know how to go about trying to figure out what it is. I just bring 2 about. If I summon this, I can't use this ability, but I can special summon things. But if I special summon this, and I'd have to destroy both these cards if I wanted to activate abilities, and I think that would be close to impossible. And he just stopped special summoning. Okay. So what can we do? I had more plans than that. If I special summon that, I could get to maybe a 3. I need to get to a 4. But I guess that is pretty much all I've done with the Steam Deck too, is that I've experimented a little to realize that yes, the Steam client in desktop mode is still causing problems with sleep. It's such basic things. I mean, I can sing and praise the Steam Deck all day, the OLED version of the Steam Deck all day, but I have to admit that it is very beta in its setup. In that the very first thing when I got my Steam Deck, I ran into a problem where the Wi-Fi password was just not working. I was typing in the right password and it just wasn't working, and I had to reset the Steam Deck a couple times to get it to work, and that was the only solution I could find via searching the issue after spending at least an hour, it felt like, just trying the password, seeing if maybe there was something wrong with me typing in the password or maybe with the keyboard. And in that I was just hitting the wrong button. And yeah, that's just not really acceptable. I don't think a Nintendo Switch would ever have that problem without getting a lot more criticism. So maybe this ability won't even work. Yeah, that won't work either. Okay. So I need to, with this deck, with these limitations, the only thing I can do is just try to get as many cards in the graveyard and out of the way to get the 2 remaining trap cards. Because it's 100% a case of leaning in on the trap cards. Because even if I got Zeus on the field, yeah, which I guess we could get Zeus on the field, it is going to be a thing. I wouldn't be able to activate Zeus's ability. See if this ability works. Nope. So then the move would be to definitely summon this, but you know what? That's not going to work either. None of this is going to work. We can activate this ability, and it won't happen. Boy, does this just ruin every thought. And then if somebody had spell cards or something, yeah, this one can't directly attack. So we can't get to Zeus. So I might as well summon these and put them in defense mode. I haven't given any thought to what else I might play if I wasn't to play Fallout New Vegas. I think Fallout New Vegas is still worth playing. It's something I'm slightly interested in, slightly hyped on. The only other thing I guess I could say also that I've done recently is, other than just watching on YouTube, I've been rewatching the Dresden Files, which was a kind of failed sci-fi show that I guess maybe a little too ahead of its time, a little too expensive maybe on the effects. All the actors didn't quite congeal as well as you would have liked. I bet on set, that would be my guess, is that there's probably some of that happening. Well, this probably won't help much. But I guess now if I could just destroy one more spell. But I think I'm just gonna lose here. But yeah, I've been watching the Dresden Files, and one thing that surprised me was there was an executive producer credit for the Dresden Files, and it says Nicolas Cage. Yeah, from like Face Off, the actor Nicolas Cage, or from the terrible Ghost Rider movie Nicolas Cage. Now I do know that Nicolas Cage is definitely, at least at the beginning, a product of nepotism. Like his uncle is a famous previous generation actor, director, something like that. So yeah, there's definitely some nepotism there that started it. I don't know how much of that really still exists as far as Nicolas Cage and his long list of less than stellar movies and efforts. So I would suspect maybe that's why he was an executive producer. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't actually that involved at all. That being said, Nicolas Cage also seems to have some strongly held thoughts and beliefs around sci-fi and things like that, so, and have liked, and that's why that's why he wanted to be Superman in a Superman movie, and tried that, even though he really doesn't look like Superman, although you could have made it work. I think you could probably make almost anybody look like Superman if you try hard enough, or do some kind of Superman Clark Kent with almost any character. That's why he did Ghost Rider. And I do have to applaud his attempts, at least at trying new things. I think he might also be one of those people that got caught not paying taxes, so he may owe a considerable amount of funds to the U.S. government, which also may explain a lot of his bad movies, in that he may just be required to take every single role he can. there is almost certainly a case to take those Dresden File books, which they didn't write that many after their heyday, and this is a lesser known book series. But yeah, after Harry Potter became a big thing, it would have made a lot of sense to bring back the Dresden Files and try that again. It definitely feels like something that the CW could have done and could do even now. An adult wizard character that is a detective, murder of the week, monster of the week type series. But yeah, weird they didn't do that. But then the Sci-Fi Channel did very much introduce the Magicians many years later, and the Magicians takes kind of a middle ground where Harry Dresden in the Dresden Files is an adult, and the Dresden Files is an adult detective, someone in their 30s, 40s, even 50s, who are wizards dealing with things like that, whereas Magicians are characters that are supposed to be college level, so 21, 22, 23 in their youth. And of course Harry Potter is supposed to be 10-year-olds to start with, and just going through like high school experience effectively. Yeah, but right now would be a really great time to bring up those books, unless there's some kind of cancel culture thing that happened. As far as the author, almost all the old shows that you can see on Amazon Prime and Freevee now, and particularly old sci-fi shows that I would have watched 15 years ago or so, are full of actors who are just too old to really complain about a new generation coming in and redoing it and rebooting it. You could easily do a full green screen kind of Disney Plus Dresden Files, and you wouldn't have to do too much there. That easily could be a Netflix series, easily could be an Amazon Prime series, easily could be a Disney Plus series. Plus you have the benefit there that it's only really attached to the book series, so you only have that small locked-in fandom. You don't have a giant overwhelming fandom like Star Wars or Star Trek, although usually production companies look at that and see that as a bad thing, and they want giant fandoms. I heard someone say, and I don't know if this is really true, that a lot of the like Marvel and DC characters might start going into public domain pretty quickly here in the next few years. I doubt it. But if it was that close, I would think Disney would be wiser and would already try to make new characters. And certainly, I guess Miles Morales as Spider-Man is an example of a character that is much newer. So I would heavily suspect he's not anywhere close to going public domain, but I can see like Fantastic Four and Peter Parker, all those characters in some form going public domain. But it might be a case where issue 1 or elements added to Peter Parker in issue 1 might go public domain, but then there would be very good court cases that says major arcs that changed and made variants on Peter Parker as a character in issue 300 or issue 1000 might still be copyrightable. That is inherently also assuming that any of the changes are actually transformative. Peter Parker having being a photographer may not be transformative enough to justify a change there. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. If I did this, that doesn't change anything. That brings everything down to 1. See, I can't use this ability to disrupt that because this is in the way. So all I'm really doing here is trying to get more things in the graveyard. Again, for that 1 trap. Stellar Blade is out now, and there's, after the last bit of news around it, that I've seen some more reviews, and while it is mostly still getting reviewed very positively, it is worth, I think, pointing out that it seems to be, a couple of people are kind of confirming that the writing seems a little rough. Like, you definitely are going to get great gameplay with not very well localized or rewritten story. I wonder if the story is particularly good even in Korean. It is just kind of generic writing in English, it seems like, generic voice acting. But whatever, like, who cares? I don't think, when you see the trailers for Stellar Blade and for what it was telling you, which in fairness it wasn't really telling you that much other than the characters were going to look good, it did look like it was going to probably just have a very generic Japanese RPG plot, even though it is a Korean game. And it seems like that is the case, is that it has a very generic JRPG style plot. Angels and devils type allegories, just excuses to get to a bunch of boss monsters and fight them fairly quickly, and that's what you get, and it seems like that's exactly what you would want. But yeah, it is worth mentioning that if you find dialogue, particularly unskippable dialogue, insufferable, Stellar Blade may not be the game for you. Video Games Chronicle has the Day 1 update adding New Game Plus, which that is perhaps the one thing I could give a company some slack on as far as having a Day 1 update, is to say, hey, we're going to give a New Game Plus, but we're going to hold it back so that people who got early access copies can't play the New Game Plus, and perhaps confuse that first playthrough experience. But even that argument kind of falls apart and doesn't make sense, really. Yeah. Stellar Blade was not a game that you could pre-order and get early access to or play, other than mainstream video game critics who get early access. But the average consumer couldn't pre-purchase it and play it for any amount of early time. So you could definitely have had New Game Plus in it the whole time. And in fairness, if you were going to hold it back in the thought that you would want people to um, to play the main game for a few times without New Game Plus. Yeah, the whole thing doesn't make sense. Yeah, you'd want New Game Plus as early as possible. It says that the mode includes expanded gear levels, new costumes to wear, and a suite of new skills. Yeah, the only thing I guess that would make sense there is if the... How do you do that? Oh, he's got tricks. One card from your hand of field to the graveyard. Yeah, that's quite the trick. Diablo Star, the Black Witch. And I've got a trick too. So it will just be a matter of, can I win with Zeus, or is this thing gonna do something else? See how this goes. Toss that. Destroy that. And destroy that. Now we're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And if we're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With my Tri-Brigade deck, I have a high chance of winning. Never did get back to setting manual placement for where cards go, but honestly it's not worth the extra time it takes. Now I guess the real question here is, do I want to go with Zeus to clear the field? And I guess the answer is no. Maybe I should have destroyed the other thing first. Maybe that's exactly what needed to happen. Though. Just so we can see his full strategy on display. It is also, I think, probably worth pointing out that I saw one YouTuber that I followed trying to talk about Stellar Blade, and he got a decent amount of things wrong. He said that Stellar Blade is Shift Up's debut title. Now, technically, I would say if you had said console debut title, you would have been right in that case. But even then, you are just bending over backwards to ignore Destiny Child and Nikke Goddess of Victory. He said that the costumes that you can get have no effect whatsoever, and we know from previous reporting that at least that very skin tight nude color looking outfit that makes her look very close to being naked actually makes the game harder. But yeah, that's what you get from YouTubers who want to review games too, is that they are humans and can make mistakes, and I don't feel like these were mistakes done out of any intentional malice or anything like that. I do just think it is YouTubers rushing to make content as fast as possible. We did see several other outfits when covering on reviews around Steel of Blade, and the rest of the outfits are not really as provocative as that one suit. And there's really nothing that provocative in Steel of Blade. It's not like the camera gazes on the character that much, or any of the characters in the game seem that the reviews are saying that the characters don't comment on her appearance or sexualize her or say anything about her appearance. So it is much closer to that nudist dream where you can just wear whatever you want in this world and people won't comment on it, which at a certain level, that is the argument that people make, is that you should be able to dress however you want without people trying to control other people or comment on the other people's attire. Do I want to cycle through things here? I'm not gonna bother. See what happens here. So they can special summon something to the field. Video Games Chronicle says the Gears of War actor seems to be teasing a June. Notice that the E here has been clipped off. I was trying to, I guess, get this looking better, but seems like I'm not gonna be allowed to do much better than that. So that doesn't look too bad today. But they're seemingly teasing a June reveal for Gears 6. It was previously claimed that Xbox was preparing to announce a new Gears game this summer. Speaking of summer, Steam has announced yet another festival that is not the summer sale. If anything, it seems like they're going out of their way to have as many festivals as possible while not actually having any sales. I feel like Golden Week might be close in Japan, Asia, so there might even be a Golden Week festival that would pop up. That's kind of believable too. Maybe that's the move that they're going for, is that they're just trying to create this standard in which in these months every couple of weeks there will be a festival, and it will just be a festival of festivals instead of one long sale for a week, which is not a terrible thought. We're also in a very weird position in which we'll talk about in a second, but 3 games have been announced that they were going to be taken down by taken down from Steam, which definitely makes an argument to buy those games if you ever want to own them. These are also not games that strike me as ones that could get remasters or re-releases. This might be an experiment of taking down games to remove like licensed content or something, but who knows. Like licensed music and things like that. And then they might come back up. We have in the past also seen companies experiment with trying to take things down and then bring them back up. Thankfully that's mostly been abandoned and never seemed like it was a smart move, and never seems like it was successful, thank goodness. The false scarcity narrative or the Disney Vault concept should not be brought to video games. Is her effect still going to resolve if she's been banished? This isn't a bad position, because if I summon something, it would be here, and then I couldn't summon this last. What is this guy called? Tri-Brigade Shurag. I don't think this one can win. Video Games Chronicle also says Capcom raises the full year earning, let's see, let's reload that, earnings forecast on better than expected game sales. Street Fighter 6, Dragon Dogma 2, and catalog games performing well. It's a little bit surprising. Capcom hasn't had a major success, but that's good news, frankly, to see game companies, if not doing anything particularly new and amazing, just managing to succeed as a game company without having to resort to desperate measures or massive layoffs, which maybe there have been some layoffs around Capcom. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. We have somebody on the chat named Why Hello there saying what's up, which, I mean, we're live streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now. We're kind of going through the major news. I guess that's what's up, is major video game news. That is the kind of comments that feels like a bot, because you're trying to start a conversation without actually saying anything. Let's see. Okay, so how will we pull this off? Or what's the best way to pull this off? You throw this here. Throw that here. Grab this, I guess. Can summon that. Hey, why hello there response, I'm not a bot. Bro, YouTube just randomly recommended your stream to me and I clicked because I used to play this game. Anyways, it's late where I'm from, so I'm heading out. Okay. I will remember you're not a bot. Apologies for any implication there. And yes, I know a lot of people who get recommended my streams are seemingly always in the later time zones. Yeah, I know if I had any skill at streaming, I would schedule the skills. If I had any consistency at the times I streamed, I would stream at an earlier time. Enjoy your Yu-Gi-Oh session. Thank you. It is nice to hear, certainly, that YouTube is recommending my streams to some people. I have seen some bumps in that. Let's see, the next bit of news is that Telltale is once again warning people that scammers are pretending to be Telltale recruiters. There probably should be a better verification system out there for telemarketing and all of that. There is a system, it's just not anything that Gmail in particular ever wanted to happen, which would be to encrypt each email and have public keys shared through what is PGP is the name of the protocol. Pretty good privacy, I think is what that stands for. But if that level of encryption with public signature key files was integrated by default in the Gmail, then Gmail couldn't scan your email and use that to target ads at you. Although at this point I'm not sure Gmail even does that anymore, because I don't think they really even need it. They have so many better systems to target ads at people now. But yeah, if there were ways to verify people, and the best thing you can do as far as verifying somebody's identity is that they would have their own website and their own domain, and so it would be Bob at bobsplumbing.com, and even that has no validity to it, and nobody verifying if that information is correct. So anybody could make a Bob at bobsplumbing.co.uk in contrast, and that still would be considered acceptable, at least in UK terms. Let's see if this works. All I need is one victory, so I don't have to be too good, really. It is noticeable, however, and I guess worth mentioning, that the focus here from Telltale recently has been almost nothing other than warning people away from scams. And yeah, I I'd like to have them tease or hint towards them actually succeeding at making a new game. Been a real long time since we've had anything that was even slightly in the feeling of a Telltale game. So he's doing all these tricks. But unless he has yet another trick in his back pocket, I think he may have lost here. They did a YouTube update video where they kind of interviewed and talked more about repetitive content and what would let your channel get monetized and what wouldn't. And there's something interesting in that video, in that first of all you see the person for the first time I've ever seen who is in charge of the YouTube Partner Program, which he would be, I'm sure, somebody who would be better off hiding his identity, because there's probably a long list of people upset with him. But yeah, also kind of just addressing the what they consider repetitive content and what they don't. And mostly I think it boils down to just, are you doing something that can be considered fair use? Something creative or transformative in it. And interestingly, they do say they kind of like people who explain themselves a little bit. So if you go through the hassle of explaining yourself and what you're doing and what your thought process is, that might help your channel not get demonetized or get approved. But yeah, I guess that makes a very good argument that you should always have a kind of intro video and try and explain yourself. Perhaps explain yourself at the beginning of many videos, if not all videos. Apparently April 23rd was International Creator Day, so they're highlighting Ben Eagle, Jenny Winnie at Kingra Dion. I have no idea who any of those people are. But yeah, inherently if YouTube is going to celebrate any creators, they're going to be picking winners, and then everybody who isn't picked is going to be a loser in the whole process. Well, I thought I was going to win there. Let's see. GameDeveloper.com says the struggling publisher Thunderful is divesting its Nordic games supply. Swedish conglomerate laid off 20% of its workforce in January and now started offloading non-strategic assets. So, divesting a Nordic video game and peripheral distributor Nordic Game Supply. This seems to have nothing to do with Embracer or THQ Nordic Games, though. It seems to be a separate incidence of people struggling. we may very well be in the process of seeing a reset. Maybe it will be called a Great Reset. I don't think we're going to call it the Great Depression of video games or anything, but it looks like we may just be seeing a reset here where a significant number of game companies fail, and from those ashes we're assuming we will see new video game companies rise. The difference here compared to like movies and TV is it's not like there's anything that is directly better than video games. The best argument you can say is that streaming services like YouTube and Disney Plus and Netflix have a nice passive experience for people who want a passive experience, but I would argue, and maybe I'm wrong about this, that the active experience of interacting with a video game is still very much desirable for a large amount of people. Maybe not as many people as it once was, and so there is just not an apples to apples comparison to say everybody has just gone to streaming and watching streams instead of playing video games. Even if all video game companies failed, every single one of them, I think there still would be that desire and there still would be that capability, unless we somehow lost technology. And then if that happened, a lot of things would be reset at that point. The bigger question certainly is, if there was a reset and a large percentage, 60-70% of all video game companies failed, would the video game industry learn anything from that? Because inherently you still have CEOs, and if the CEOs ride the company into bankruptcy, that doesn't typically stop the CEOs from just starting a new company, finding some more investors, and starting all over again. Embracer Group is a prime example of that happening, where the original THQ collapses and goes bankrupt, and then they just slowly rebuild it to make Embracer Group. Eventually that was the name of it. The only one example I would say where I've seen somebody who was kind of high up and in charge of making video games that has been kind of kicked out of the game industry would be American McGee, and in that case he kind of kicked himself out of the game industry by moving to China and really focusing not much on game development for a very long time. But yeah, it would almost have to be a case where the entire Washington State, Redmond, Washington area where Microsoft and Nintendo are just collapsed, and there's just no video game programming businesses at all there, and other video game businesses around the world just are so separate that you don't have people talking to people. And so yeah, I just don't think that in modern times that would even be that big of a deal, because there'd just be a lot of teleconferencing. We will, if the video game industry was really going to collapse, we would have to see like the end of events, get-togethers like GDC and PAX, and just regular day-to-day coffee meetings and Facebook face chats and things like that. But as long as there's even 25% of the video game industry still around and thriving, that 25% will still be talking to their friends or former co-workers. That is the 75% that may have been laid off. And then that will almost certainly cause the video game industry to come out of any kind of recession looking almost exactly the same as it once did. And, yeah. unless video games had a boom in a completely different location. But even if something like that didn't happen, if 100% of every AA, AAA game company went out of business tomorrow, you still have plenty of independent people who have never been part of a video game company capable of making video games and putting them out for sale directly. See if this works. Let's see. GameDeveloper.com also says that Another Crab's Treasure has sold 30,000 units within its first day. This feels like a Little Mermaid image. I'm not sure what this game really is, though. Let's see. And weirdly, the link I clicked on didn't get me to Another Crab's Treasure. So it looks like it is some kind of adventure game where you play as a crab character. There, we got a victory due to a disconnect. 30,000 units within the first day is probably pretty good outcome. Now the question here is, do I even want to play one more game? Like, the thing with this is that we've got 3 more days for this to go. And basically, I think need 3 wins to get from here, and 3 more to get from here, and 3 more to get from here, and 3 more to get from here, and then 3 more to get from here. And then that's as much as I can pretty much expect at this rate. Yes, I'd like to go all the way to the end, but it's not realistic. I have 620 points, and the end would be 4,000. So I'd have to play 3 times as much, or 4 times as much. Just getting to 1100 would require nearly doubling, slightly less than doubling those points. And I'm just not going to get a lot of quick disconnects, more than likely. After the ESA came out and said they would not support, and none of their members would support, preservation libraries having online preservations of video games, GDC has an opinion piece. Why doesn't everyone see the importance of preserving our past? ? Which I guess maybe if you don't see the importance of preserving old video games, this might be worth reading. Otherwise, it is very much a case of preaching to the choir, which is an old saying to say you're just repeating or saying something to an audience that already agrees with you. I doubt anybody at ESA was going to read this opinion piece at all, and even if they did read it, I doubt they're going to be in any position to change their official position. There's another head story from GameDeveloper.com saying Raph Koster wants developers to get back to the game of making games. Veteran game designer thinks there's a lot of room to explore what fun is in game design. And this is another probably less factual, more opinion piece type articles. It definitely looks like a longer article than what you normally get as far as news from GameDeveloper.com. And looking at this headline and not really reading the article, I can generally agree with it that a lot of things being put into video games, such as advertising and microtransactions, have nothing to do with making games fun or making a game a better game. Art for art's sake would be the ideal way to create a game without any need to change your art to make it more profitable. Would be ideal. Remedy has added the control director Mikhail Kasurinin to the central management group, which may mean something, it may mean nothing. There really wasn't any indication at this point that Control was in any danger of not being a main driver of what Remedy offers. And there pretty obviously is going to be a Control 2. The hope is it's just slightly more varied of a game with some more interesting gameplay mechanics. At this point, I would say it isn't really the right time to say Remedy should give up on the Alan Wake and Control universe and do something different. They probably should try to make something different too at some point, but you can't really blame them for making sequels to games that sold well. I wouldn't be surprised if after Control 2 releases that it gets kind of a lukewarm reception. Then that would be a better time to say, alright, we're going to put all of that idea on the back burner and just make a different kind of game. It probably wouldn't hurt Remedy if they did just try to make a fun run and go gun shooter game instead of connecting it to Control and Alan Wake and all that mystery storytelling elements. But yeah, if they could just polish the running and gunning concept a little bit more. I really am aching for a game like Bioshock 1 where you've got magic on one hand and guns in the other, and then you're running, you're picking up audio logs. It is just a much faster, action-paced, kind of less serious experience. Which, in fairness, Judas is being developed, and so if Judas comes out and it is very much like Bioshock, or Bioshock Infinite even, then I guess maybe that would be the game to satisfy that urge. And since Judas is made from, I think it's Ken Levine. GameDeveloper.com says that Activision Blizzard has boosted Microsoft's financials as the Xbox hardware revenue falls. I would assume PlayStation hardware revenue is also falling, and that's why they're coming out with a PS5 Pro, or it's thought they're coming out with a PS5 Pro. Hardware revenue is also expected to fall again in quarter 4, which I would assume that is the next quarter for Xbox, which, you know, it's worth pointing out. Don't say quarter 4 when different companies have different quarters at different times. I don't think it would really benefit Xbox though if they came out with an Xbox Series X Pro. I just don't think that's the way consoles should be going at this point. They're already too expensive. This is probably the biggest news, and not really a lot to say. GameDeveloper.com says Nintendo's legal team is coming for Gary's mod after 20 years, coming for custom-made content using Gary's mod, that Nintendo is claiming some of that has Nintendo copyrighted content in it. There was some speculation that maybe it wasn't actually Nintendo that filed the DMCA's. There seems to have been full confirmation at this point that it was in fact Nintendo that filed the DMCA's. Undoubtedly, it does seem true that there are at least a few Nintendo copyrighted assets and some fan-made mods using Gary's mod. I don't think it's likely that that could ever be wrong for pretty much any game that allows character creations and things. Now I know that the DMCA itself is a legal process and you can't inherently just ignore it. You can ignore it for a certain point until you actually get sued, and Nintendo is the one company that actually would sue somebody. But it does kind of stink to see that Valve isn't stepping in here and offering some kind of protection, indemnifying Gary's mod, or telling them to not take down user-generated content. They wouldn't have a legal leg to stand on if they did that, but particularly when you consider the fact that Nintendo has not bothered to put a single thing up for sale on Steam ever. It is kind of crazy unfair to see Valve being forced to do the bidding of Nintendo when Nintendo really treats PC like nothing other than a bitter enemy to their consoles, the place where their games will never go, and ROMs are abundant because their games will never go there. And we've seen incidences like this where you would think that maybe Valve was trying to develop or was succeeding in developing a relationship with Nintendo. But if Valve does think that they are developing a relationship with Nintendo, I think at this point it's getting dangerously close to an abusive relationship in which Nintendo demands things and gets things from Valve, and Valve gets nothing in return. Here you can see some of the Steam Workshop type content and 20 years of this that you'd have to sort through. Almost certainly some of this has just been directly ripped from ROMs. And at a certain level, Gary's mod and Valve in general have only themselves to blame. I would suspect that a lot of this content should have triggered an automatic flagging if it just has the word Nintendo in it. Anything on Steam that says Nintendo should probably be flagged for human review. But also there should have been some level of flagging that was followed up on. If even one person flagged it, should be a follow-up and an actual investigation. We don't want Valve to make Steam feel sleazy in the place where anybody can get away with any kind of copyright infringement, because that would not end well. Steam has some credibility. You don't want to lose it. And yeah, almost certainly you will see complete compliance from the Gary's Mod team, removing and reducing anything Nintendo at all. or at the very least removing everything that they name. I could see them making a very decent argument that they just can't police their own Steam workshop and can't go through every single game to see if there's a Nintendo, every single mod to see if there's some Nintendo content in it. That they have to react only when Nintendo files specific DMCAs against specific mods. I think you could make that argument fairly quickly. But this is probably a great example of just keep your nose clean when you're doing any project. You never know when your fun little fan project is going to turn out really well and then you're going to start selling it. We've seen plenty of stories where somebody uses placeholder art that they don't have the license to, and then it ends up in the last game. Like the original Resident Evil 4 effectively, I think intentionally stole a lot of textures without licensing and paying for them. And I doubt that was really an accident for how much it happened, but it's possible it was. Certainly. VideoGamesChronicle.com says that the eFootball has celebrated 750 million downloads with a special event and items. Downloads, not inherently implying purchases. BioWare gear was retweeted by BioWare once again, kind of promoting Mass Effect clothing, which, yeah, this is basically the only game I've ever known that seems to have this desire to sell clothing as much as BioWare seems to, instead of maybe they think that buys them some time, maybe that gets them a little bit more money to continue to work on the next Mass Effect, which we assume they are. This would probably be the second biggest bit of news. I'm a little surprised, though, that this didn't happen last year. I recall kind of saying that as soon as Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, BlizzCon would be reevaluated and probably canceled. And for 2024, Blizzard has canceled BlizzCon, instead saying they will host smaller in-person events, which, yeah, that makes a lot of sense that they might just go in that direction. A giant BlizzCon right now would probably mean it would probably end in a flop when they don't really announce anything, and when they are just trying to get people to play Overwatch 2 with people not really responding to that pitch. It does make a lot of sense for those events to just end, and if Microsoft was going to have one big event, that's fine, but I think Microsoft is going to just continuously put more pressure and start changing how companies do things in favor, in this case, towards small live streams and in-place events where you have only a couple of mainstream video game journalists showing up. But yeah, BlizzCon was also canceled in 2022 due to workplace harassment allegations, 2020 for COVID, 2012 and 2006. I'm not sure if there's real reasons for why those were canceled. These may just have been years in which they had very little to announce. BlizzCon would have been the big time in which you would have convinced people to buy tickets or digital tickets to get new steeds for World of Warcraft. I'm not sure if there's really much interest in World of Warcraft these days where that would work. But yeah, I think BlizzCon being canceled makes a lot of sense, and individual conventions based around one video game company's probably going to go away these in the future. Gearbox official wanting to highlight that Gearbox has been developing for 25 years, including Duke Nukem 3D. 2K retweeted this. So that does give us a small indication that 2K is still somewhat proud for Duke Nukem 3D remake, at least. The Lego Animal Crossing sets are coming out in August, featuring KK Slider. Not sure if Animal Crossing is going to be popular enough by the time these come out. Although you could probably tell little kids that these are like Bluey characters. Yeah, anything anthropomorphic would kind of make some sense. But then this is not really a little kid set. Some of the pieces are too small and choking hazards. So, yeah, this really is almost certainly more of a set for adults who are super fans of Animal Crossing than kids. And even at that, it doesn't look like a great set. Nor, it's worth pointing out, Nintendo wanted their Lego sets to be fairly popular and unique when they first came out, and that's why they made the whole Mario blockhead with electronic element, and they made play sets where that blockhead Mario could jump around and gain coins, and there's just none of that. You just have minifig characters and minifig scale Legos, like this mayor's office and billboard and car and this stand and this stage. Like, all of that could be in any Lego set you wanted. The only thing that's unique here is the minifigs. So here's the games that are going to be delisted next month: Dark Void, Dark Void Zero, and Flock. Which, let's look at this and see if there are links. None of these games are particularly amazing or relevant at the moment. Flock itself is not one I even I think I've ever even seen. And yeah, I probably could just afford to buy those 3 games unless they are selling at massive prices. But yeah, I think Dark Void games in particular aren't particularly good. So this might be a very thought out strategic move on Capcom's part to say, hey, let's just get rid of 3 games that we know are particularly bad. But why bother to do that? It's not like people are getting confused and suggested to buy Dark Void or Dark Void Zero or Flock. The Steam algorithm doesn't really work that way, in that it's shoving ads for games that nobody wants to buy in the face of people. The Steam algorithm, if it's doing anything, seems to be uniquely designed to actually promote what it thinks is the best game for the player, and not just promote whatever game paid the most for advertising credits. But yeah, that is certainly something to consider. As far as just this is the first time I think I've ever seen anybody announce that they were going to delist a game instead of it just being surprise delistings. I wonder if this isn't some ploy to get people to rally for those games or buy them, and then they may not get delisted after all. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle put out this editorial, and this is echoing my own feelings, in that it's Bethesda, it's time to let someone else make Fallout 5. Xbox has a sleeping giant on its hand, and it can't wait another decade for Bethesda to be ready. Which, in fairness, yeah, they're not even working seriously on Fallout 5 at the moment. At best, they're working on the next Skyrim Elder Scrolls 6. So it would make a lot of sense to hand Fallout over to somebody else. And the default thought there would be Obsidian, but you've got kind of a powerhouse in Activision employees, if any of those Activision employees are still around and are still willing to work and capable of working, in that you could take people who have been working on Call of Duty games for a long time and say, we want you to bring in that Call of Duty first-person action experience into a Fallout 5, but the trade-off there is you don't have to just make a serious militaristic first-person shooter game. You can have RPG elements. You have to have RPG elements, and you can have fun with it and some comedic elements to it. And I think you would find a team in Activision who would jump at that chance. And certainly you could bring in other teams. You could bring in people who were working on Gears of War and Halo too, and say, hey, you guys all work together and make Fallout 5. There is another powerhouse certainly in Bungie, which is not really, or is it 503 now? I'm not even sure who's working on Halo at the moment. But yeah, you could bring in those people too and say, make a Fallout game. We're done with Halo and Master Chief for a while. Let's just put that on the back burner and make Fallout instead. Even if you didn't get those different teams working together on the next Fallout 5, there is still definitely the consideration that needs to be made to say there are too many military shooter looking games that we have on our ticket in an era where military first person shooters feel like they've been fully saturated. And so Gears of War and Halo, and each of those could very much be staggered amongst multiple years so that they don't eat the competition, eat their own lunch from their other subsidiaries of Microsoft. Of course, this is an opinion piece, so I don't think I'm gonna read too much into this, but yeah. I suppose what you might do, and it is just a thought, would be to think about face scanning and 3D scanning these characters and maybe making a spin-off game that is literally just expanding on what the TV series is, or making a side game that's not Fallout 5 per se, but is set around the events of the TV series. There really isn't, without spoiling too much, I would say there isn't anything that happens that's really too big in the TV series that you couldn't just turn into a video game and expand and add more canon to it. Take what was 6 to 8 episodes, less than 8 hours of content, and expand that into a 200-hour RPG with just a lot more buildings and settlements and randomly or procedurally generated environments. I didn't investigate like this airport to know if this is, I don't know, Logan International Airport, or if this is supposed to be Seattle, or if this is supposed to still be LA, or I didn't investigate any of these building outliners. But yeah, generally I don't think you would hurt terribly to maybe make a spin-off game like that and just 3D scan and animate these characters, it would give a slightly different experience instead of having players exclusively play as their own customizable person coming out of the vault. If you started as the character coming out of the vault and then maybe could even swap control and play as one of the side characters, or if you even split up the story and it was more like a GTA game where there were some missions where you play as this guy and some missions where you play as this guy and some missions where you play as this guy, maybe even a few missions where you play as this guy. But yeah, strike when the iron is hot. If you can, at least get these 3D scans as cosmetic add-ins. It's a little surprising that there aren't settlers in Fallout 4 that have the appearance of these characters just randomly popping up even now. I mean, there is that character, the Stranger, in Fallout 3, and that's basically him as a character. Could pop up. And yeah, I definitely have expanded on this slot even more to say it's really time for somebody else to make a Elder Scrolls game. Bethesda itself needs to take a long break from making games to retrain itself away from what I believe is the Gamebryo engine that they use into using either the Godot engine or the Unreal Engine, probably the Unreal Engine. Microsoft in general needs to think about getting everybody on the same engine. Maybe Microsoft has an internal engine that makes a lot of sense, but if it did make a lot of sense, it would have to make games that looked way better than what Microsoft generally turns out. And certainly you could see a case where you start to make new teams of new employees who have been exclusively hired to use Unreal Engine or whatever the new engine is going to be, and those new teams would just grow in esteem, and the teams that are not willing to learn or not capable of learning a new engine, those teams just eventually get laid off, or they get broken up, and you have small groups of 100 people getting moved around to other teams, so that there would be 1 or 2 people in those other teams who maybe don't know how Unreal Engine works, but can be assisted and taught from their fellow co-workers. But yeah, just as a cost-saving measure, and it'd make a lot of sense for Microsoft to go in that direction. Although I imagine a lot of people might say that's just Microsoft meddling, and that is going to lead to the failure of Microsoft. Although I'm not sure they have much to lose at the moment. The Resident Evil creator wants to break free from the survival horror genre with his new studio. Shinji Mikami has reportedly wanted to leave Tango Gameworks for 8 years before doing so. It's probably somewhat true, but not 100% true. It is definitely possible for somebody to have that thought in the back of their head, but never really have the desire or the ability to act on it. And there's a slight difference there. There are definitely people who always like just blow off steam by saying, one day I'm going to quit this job. And then there are also people who desperately want to quit a job, but they're just trapped in it. It would certainly explain the game output for the last 8 years, as far as the Evil Within and the Evil Within 2. But it doesn't. That kind of only explains kind of the bad parts of the Evil Within with the Evil Within 2. You kind of don't get a direct correlation with Hi-Fi Rush, which would be the most recent one, or Ghostwire Tokyo, which got some good reviews, but Didn't do anything amazing. Also, survival horror genre is really only The Evil Within. Hi-Fi Rush is not a survival horror game, nor is maybe Ghostwire Tokyo is, but really it's more of a shooter with just monsters in it. And The Evil Within 2 is more of a shooter, first-person shooter, than it was a survival horror game. It just didn't really have that limited number of resources that The Evil Within 1 would have had. And even that, The Evil Within 1 really wasn't that much of a survival horror game. So I would say this feels like a lot of revisionist history, trying to spin it as best as possible to promote his new company. And we'll just have to wait and see if his new company can make a game and what the reception there is. This picture of him is probably fairly old at this point. And this me, is that him? It doesn't really look like him, but neither does that, so the apparently he'd only been CEO for 6 months. Apparently he was very close to a rank and file employee, is what he says before then. Yeah, this is one of those interviews where people are mining any kind of headline, and it just doesn't feel like there's that much headlines to mine. Let's see. Before Your Eyes, writer-directors open a new studio called Nice Dream. I'm not sure I know this game Before Your Eyes, but apparently it was a BAFTA-winning narrative adventure game. Which, maybe I should investigate that. That seems like another game I may have just missed. There are rumors that the Switch 2 is going to have magnetic Joy-Cons and might not support the existing ones. It's also been rumored that the current Pro controller will be compatible with new Nintendo's console. Now, the magnetic idea alone doesn't strike me as a good way to handle that, because magnets break when dropped, break when heated, break when frozen. They break very easily, can break even in the presence of stronger magnets, and are fairly expensive and unrepairable. So plus then you also have a problem that you just have magnets for no good reason. Now, phones inherently have magnets on them too, and with the new Q2, the key to chargers, and iPhones and Apple phones have magnetic alignment rings, and there's no major problem with those, just to attach the chargers. Although in that case it is the desirable effect that if you yanked the phone, the charger would just fall to the ground and maybe the charger would break. If you yank a Switch 2 and the only thing holding the Joy-Cons to the screen are magnets, and then the screen just falls to the ground because you're holding your Joy-Cons, you've just dropped the most expensive part there. I could see maybe having some alignment magnets, but the little plastic strips on the edge of the Joy-Cons are kind of great. In the middle here, the little C-shaped sliders, kind of perfect. I never really heard a lot of reports of people like getting their fingers caught in the sliders or the plastic bits breaking. It really feels like that is a fairly good decision to do it that way if you're going to have detachable controllers at all, which is questionable whether you need detachable controllers at all. The Steam Deck feels like it doesn't really need that. Unless you just want a tablet and have tablet interface that does a bunch of tablet things, which that's the number one failing of the Switch, is that while it could look and feel like a tablet, I don't even think it has an ebook reader app in it to read ebooks for kids or anything like that. It just doesn't have that tablet functionality. You would basically need it to run Android at that point, and I don't think Windows Nintendo would let that happen. So I would lean more to just assuming that, yes, I would like the controllers than the new Joy-Cons to be bigger, but I just don't think magnets are going to be part of it. But who knows what they're doing. I'm still not sure it's really even going to be a Switch 2. It probably almost certainly won't be called the Switch 2, but I'm not sure it's going to do anything or look anything like a Switch, or even be backward compatible to the Switch. It being possibly backward compatible with the Pro Controller, that makes a lot of sense, because the Pro Controller is just effectively a Bluetooth or a Wi-Fi connected controller. There's no reason why it shouldn't be compatible with all Bluetooth Wi-Fi controllers, including old Joy-Cons. But yeah, it's been a while since we've had rumors around the Switch 2, and all I can really say is that we once again are in that position where it's just kind of unimportant and not worth your time to talk about the Switch 2. Okay, I'm going to see if I can take a break here, so I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So I normally don't go to Slick Deals and talk about deals. On a rare occasion, but there are a couple of sales that caught my attention today, and that are PC related. So what I saw earlier today is this 34-inch LG Ultra Gear 3440 by 1440 160 hertz curved FreeSync premium monitor, which also has a bit of a dock in it for nearly half off at $250. Now, the problem that mostly I saw with this that didn't knock my socks off on this deal, and I believe this is Amazon. It's the listing now, but it may have been Staples originally. So maybe Amazon is now matching the original deal. The problem with that resolution is that it's not two 1080p monitors next to each other, nor is there really a software that's guaranteed to be in here that you could plug in two input sources and have one on one side and the other on the other side, and Windows would just treat it like two monitors. So you would need special software to treat it like two 1080p resolution monitors, which you really wouldn't be getting that resolution anyways. You would be getting instead half of for 3440, which would be 1720 by 1440 resolution on a curved monitor. Curved monitors still have a small premium there, but yeah, ideally I would like just not to have the black banner in the bottom and have it treat it like you could plug two inputs and then it would just be side by side 1080p. It seems like in direct competition to that, Dell now on Amazon has what was a 360 monitor that's a 32-inch curved 4K UHD, where this is a ultra wide HD resolution and just kind of a weird resolution overall. FreeSync 60 hertz monitor, so you're not getting above 60 hertz, which that would perhaps for a premium monitor be a no-go. But yeah, a 4K monitor has the resolution of a 1080p in the top left, a 1080p in the top right, 1080p in the bottom left, and a 1080p in the bottom right. So nothing would stop you in that case of having software that would split that up into a native resolution of 4 monitors in a row, curved. Or more realistically, what you probably would do is just try to have a black bar on the top and bottom and have one 1080p stretched out on the left and one 1080p on the right, with black bars on top and bottom taking up what would be the equivalent of the other 1080p's. Or, you know, you have what would be two 1080p's resolution, which would be the equivalent of just having 2 pages on a browser. So working within the scale of 1920 by 1080p is much more of an interesting move there. But there is definitely some perhaps less savings in that this is a Dell monitor, and so maybe the resolution's not as good. Maybe it's not high dynamic range, where I think the other one was claiming to be high dynamic range. The resolution here is 3840, which that would be two 1080p's this way, and then 2160, which is two 1080s this way. You also want to make sure it has a VESA mount. Maybe there's a problem with FreeSync. You might want to double check that. Inputs, there's an upstream and a downstream with a battery charger, USB 3.0. So this one too has kind of a hub. Viewing angles on a curved monitor probably don't matter too much. Contrast ratio is 3000 to 1. I'd like to see closer to 10,000 to 1. Response time 4 milliseconds in extreme mode is probably alright, and even 8 milliseconds in normal mode is probably alright for most gamers. 22% savings here. So what you would want to do is just look at the ratings here and the reviews and look at the comments. Sound is not very good. Sometimes cut off. You get a ding noise. But yeah, I haven't really been on Slick Deals off my phone, so the interface a lot of quality control issues with the monitor. That's generally why you would have a Slick Deals, is to make sure that you get a good deal, but also make sure you can take something back. Pretty bad ghosting, VSync issues, HDR looked bad, are some complaints here for that monitor. So yeah, Dell's not particularly known for being super great. And and of course, if you're looking for high quality, you're going to end up starting to think about more expensive things. And if you're starting to think about maybe having 2 of the curved monitors, maybe you just buy something that's 4 times as long. That is also considerations, but it's been a while since I've seen something on sale. Are we at a point where monitors might be cycling out? I don't think there's a CES or anything happening here. Contrast ratio on this one is the same. This one has 1 display port and 2 HDMI. You might want to check on those inputs. You always want to check the price history and maybe follow the price history completely, because it might very well be a case that in the past these have been discounted to the same price and you're only getting as good as what you've gotten before, and more recently the price may have just been jacked up. I don't think there's any big Amazon sale lately. But yeah, external power supply is an interesting thought. That's kind of a nice thought. It means if your power supply goes out, you have a higher chance. 300 nits is not much for HDR. But yeah, I would say the major problem with this monitor though is the resolution. You're just going to have an inferior experience because there's not quite enough pixels here on the wide to have two 1080p monitors. Maybe that doesn't matter to you. Maybe this is going to be your second monitor for 250 bucks. That's fine. That might work for you. I would heavily recommend come over here and make a deal alert if you're in the market for anything at all. Let's see if there's even a video game section over here. Video games, here we go. I could theoretically on every stream highlight video games, but the vast majority of video game sales are fairly irrelevant. If you don't have Zelda Breath of the Wild, Walmart selling it for $40 is fairly common, or your Dark Void for PC is $4.99 right now. But yeah, video games themselves tend to go on sale fairly quickly. TVs, exclusively TVs and not computer monitors, which there is a decent argument to say at this point you should just be buying computer monitors, 4K monitors designed to be much closer to your eyes on curved screens or flat screens if you like flat screens. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of TV screens, but yeah, if you find the right thing, set a deal alert if you can wait, and have it email you when a product is really on sale. Moving on back to more traditional video game news. I didn't even make it through the big video game news before taking a break today. Let's just reload this so we can read the full thing. Fallout 4 Xbox Series X and S update currently has a bug that blocks quality mode. The new upgrade only lets players select performance mode for now. So the one thing it was supposed to do, it is not actually doing, which was to improve the graphics. Some of these screenshots inherently, I think, also highlight how Fallout 4 feels visually a little too militaristic, whereas the TV show, I think, takes it in a more comedic direction. And having not actually played Fallout 4, I could see how it kind of went in that direction a little more, just with the whole settlers camps and everything like that. I could see how it was at least slightly taking steps to being more of a military first-person shooter and less of a silly RPG, whereas the origins of Fallout 1 and 2 are almost certainly way more of a silly RPG. Shift Up's second game, Goddess of Victory Nike, has a Twitter account. I was not aware of that, but also, in fairness, I played Goddess of Victory when it first came out and found it very lackluster, and I have heard it's gotten a lot better, but I haven't really seen anything amazing or interesting to be added to Goddess of Victory Nike. But they are doing a crossover event I think, to promote Stellar Blade somewhere here. I thought. Here we go. Commentorium of Stellar Blade official release. 21 hours ago. To commemorate that, they're giving 10 advanced recruit vouchers to all commanders. That's people playing Nikke, and they've drawn the character Stellar Blade with even a bigger butt than normal. This is very much what Goddess of Victory is all about. Let's see if we can see actual gameplay footage. There's kind of less of that character than you would think, but I think she is plays a big role there. All these crossover events in particular feel like they are trying to hide what Goddess of Victory Nikke actually is, like so many other mobile games, and because the actual game is actually fairly boring, despite even some spicy outfits and lewd visuals, which is definitely what they're going for. I found the game incredibly boring in that the story just wasn't interesting. But certainly, I have to admit, at this point, a year and a half later, there are still some staunch defenders who seem to be loving it. I just don't think a large group of people who were playing Shift Up's first game, which has now been shut down, Destiny Child, shifted over. Some did, almost certainly. One of the problems about Nikke that makes it boring in my mind is that you are just fighting these generic robot characters as the bad guys, and so that becomes incredibly repetitive very quickly, and it's just not visually appealing. Where in Destiny Child, the bad guys looked extremely similar to the good guys, just like each character being individually designed, and very often in the story, somebody who was a bad guy would be turned over to the good side and join the good guys team. It's also worth pointing out that there is no like uncensored version of Nikke, if we're gonna just talk about that too. That there is no TV MA version with actual nudity or actual sex scenes, at least to my knowledge. So it is in that mushy middle, I would say, a lot of times too. You also had a lot of characters that were not, when it originally launched, that were not like this. Like, this is a decent character design, unique outfit. You could see the face, but there definitely were characters that were wearing helmets. You couldn't see their face. They were just in single colored jumpsuits. Yes, the jumpsuits are tight, so you might see some boobs or butt, but that was it. There was no personality behind the characters. But yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say. It does certainly point out that Nikke Goddess of Victory should be a little bit relevant and mentioned as the game before Stellar Blade, but I just don't think that's really going to happen. I think it's very much going to be the case that anybody that likes Stellar Blade, a significant portion of those people are never going to know that Nikke Goddess of Victory or Destiny Child before that existed. And Nikke Goddess of Victory 1.5 years in here, this was one of the first characters you get in the story. 1.5 years into the game, your average mobile game only lasts 3 years. So you're potentially halfway through it now. It's just not a good it's just never going to be a good time to jump into Nikke Goddess of Victory if you didn't jump in from day one. And even then, there's a lot of microtransactions and grinding or paying to win more than in their first game. I don't know what the cheerleading outfit's all about. There weren't really any cheerleading outfits when I saw it originally. Also not really seeing a large variety of new unique characters. They have a lot of crossover characters. Anyways, we can move over from one lewd video game to another. Here, the Yoshima Yasuda from Lollipop Chainsaw said the official launch of Lollipop Chainsaw Repop is almost here. Get ready for the return of the legendary zombie hunter Juliet. And he's got another image here to share, I guess. They haven't really updated the time frame though. They just have said in the past the summer, which now would be the summer in the West. So it feels like we're very close to summer. If we haven't hit summer yet, I'd be surprised. So yeah, I would expect it to come out fairly quickly, and it might very well enjoy a bit of a bump from Stellar Blade. We've had in the past the jokes of the Year of the Bow or the Year of the Pirate games, which turned into the half-decade of pirate games and getting delayed over and over again. But I'm not sure there ever actually has been a year of any one thematic style of games. It is much more of a case that there are just like sometimes coincidences and sometimes things that are definitely not coincidences, where one company is just copying another company as a concept. But 2024 might be the year of the lewd games more than it ever will be again or ever has been in the past, with Stellar Blade and Lollipop Chainsaw Repop both coming out. But yeah, I don't want to see game developers overlearn that lesson. I would like to see one or two AA, AAA lewd games, or games willing to at least have romance and possibly even sex and lewd imagery in it. But I also don't want to see Stellar Blade succeed so well and Lollipop Chainsaw Repop come out and succeed so well that you just see a lot of AAA companies following suit, and then the next year you have a bunch of very rushed, very low effort games with adult content in it for no good reason. I want it to be mature in the decision to have adult content, not just rated mature because somebody showed some side boob. And in the case of Stellar Blade, that is more of an artistic decision to show inside boob, and kind of the same is true for Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, although in fairness, Lollipop Chainsaw has that silliness in many different formats, so it fits the theme a lot better. It doesn't feel like the tight clothes in Stellar Blade really fit the theme particularly well. So if there was a mod that just put baggier clothes on the main protagonist, the game would almost certainly play and feel just about the same. But overall, if I have to pick one side, I would rather see the video game audience get the wrong message. If they went for 5 years or went for a decade and just flooded the market with adult games, just thinking it sells, or if that sold, that would at least create a level of legitimization towards more mature content in games that is something that has needed to happen for decades, really. But then, of course, if they flooded the market and then there was a crash because of it, then they would just blame the adult content for the crash instead of the flooding the market for the crash, and then it would probably still not achieve a better balance. Now, here's a GameDeveloper.com headline that you really should never write. This is far too silly and piffy for a headline. Water is wet, the Pope is Catholic, and Reality Labs continues to lose billions. The headline here, obviously, is just to say Reality Labs continues to lose billions. There are some people that argue the Pope, while being the head of the Catholic Church, is not actually Catholic himself. And frankly, I think there might be some science people who can make a decent argument the water is not wet. Regardless, that's piffy headline. Just distracting. Reality Labs is owned by Facebook, aka Meta, and they are still losing money. Which, that is the important information to point out and show your readers, not that you are smart or cutesy with headlines. That this is a prime example of somebody having too big of an ego as a news reporter to say, look at my great writing, look how smart I am. Would you capitalize the Pope? I mean, there is only one Pope, so I think you would capitalize Pope in this case as a proper noun, in the same way that you would capitalize Catholic as a proper noun. But I could be wrong about that. Let's see, VideoGamesChronicle.com says players who got Fallout 4 for the PS4 through PS Plus will have to wait for the free next-gen upgrade. Bethesda's working on making the upgrade available. So, something about the licensing system or how they have it set up really is not benefiting people who got the game via PS Plus. And maybe that was intentional, maybe it wasn't. What is worth pointing out here on this screenshot, as we're still talking a lot about Fallout, is once again you have screenshots here that makes Fallout look and feel like it is more of a militaristic first-person shooter, which in fairness, a 60-70% of the game of Fallout 3 is militaristic first-person shooter, even though you are using VATS if you're doing it right fairly quickly, fairly often. But yeah, that's just not really what I think I want with the Fallout series. I would rather see them talking to people and making decisions and less action shots. The other thing worth pointing out here, though, is just look at these faces. Like, clearly, the visuals, even though they were highlighting the visuals when Fallout 4 came out as looking really good, in actual playtime, the visuals here just don't look good. In part, maybe it is a case where they need just a better art aesthetic. Maybe they need to do something that is closer to a Borderlands type art style, so they don't have to go with hyper realistic visuals. But in part, I think it is also just a case that when you're out in this major open world, you want to reduce the amount of texture loading for things way in the background, and so overall you have to make compromises for textures in the foreground and the midground and the background to balance out all the video RAM you're going to be using. But hair wise, this looks pretty terrible, and just skin and bone and just the shape of faces. If these are 3D scanned heads, I would think that they must have scanned it poorly, or just not gotten enough points of reference on the faces. And I could see very much making a new Fallout game, or a side Fallout game, with just the actors and the actors' faces. But I don't know how you really would pull that off for all the secondary characters. One of the things about Fallout 4 is when you start is you can customize your face. And most of the time, you're in first person perspective, you don't even see your face. So that is another reason why they typically get away with not seeing this. You basically, I think, need a mod to even get a screenshot like this. But it is also worth discussing whether customizing your face is something that's worth having in your games these days, instead of just picking one or two models of faces and choosing that, or even picking one face out of a collection of like Unreal Engine metahumans for their next game. If they made the next Fallout game in Unreal Engine 5 plus, then they would have access to the metahuman technology that script-wise generates faces and realistic characters. So there could be a long collection of faces. You could pick one, whoever you pick becomes your face, and then all the other faces in that collection would become NPC characters. So it would just be a case of picking the one face you don't want to see at all in the game. But yeah, Unreal Engine, I think, would severely benefit the Fallout series and the Skyrim series, because also you have that nanite high resolution texture technology. If all of that works the way they sell it, like having high resolution and no pop in and pop out, is exactly what you would want to target for big open world games. And certainly that's another aspect to question about Fallout. What really needs to be in a Fallout or the next Elder Scrolls game? Does it need to be in a giant open world area, or could it just be in smaller dungeon sections or city sections? I think you probably want to keep the open world aspect. I think that is probably a sales point to still make, but you definitely should experiment and see, are we running into situations where you're putting a mile of empty field in between each city just so you can unload one city and load in the other city, which is definitely the case in Fallout 3, is that there are just wide gaps of very little happening to keep Megaton City away from the next big city. What was it, Penny Towers? Or yeah, I'm talking too much about Fallout. Yeah. The Fallout TV series certainly is, I think, dredged up some thoughts that I felt probably when I last played Fallout 3, and recontextualized that and made me think about it. And in a funny way, that is another way in which people who have played the Fallout series in the past may now, in retrospect, not be as interested in the video games. And I definitely feel like there's a case where there's going to be some people who watch the Fallout TV show and might be interested in playing the Fallout games and then lose interest very quickly in the first 5 hours or so of gameplay, because it's just not going to feel like the TV show. Yeah, which does beg the question that if they were going to make a spin-off Fallout game with the actors from the TV show, I almost wonder if it shouldn't be something closer to a Telltale game than an open world RPG game. Like, maybe it would make more sense to do that, or make even a live action game that is like a Telltale game where you're just making dialogue choices and decisions. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says that Fallout 76 hits 1 million players in a day, bringing the overall series to nearly 5 million players. I certainly am not hearing people sing the praises of Fallout 76 though, and I've only seen one YouTuber that I follow that was a Minecraft YouTuber, usually, actually playing Fallout 76, and what I saw him doing was very much crafting and upgrading and just doing that cycle that I ended up doing way too much of in Skyrim, where you just get resources and then you craft something and then you repair things and you upgrade things and then you get more resources and you craft things and you repair things and you upgrade things. And in Skyrim in particular, you would get resources, raw resources, craft things, upgrade them, create some expensive piece of armor or weapon, go to the storefront, sell those resources for sell the armor for gold, and then that would just give you more resources. And really the only reason you were doing it is because you were just leveling up your crafting ability. You weren't actually even getting gold, because there was a limitation in Skyrim of how much gold any one sales person might have. So it's not like you're becoming a billionaire, and it's not like there's something at the storefront you could even buy for large amounts of gold. So you very often would just clean out a shop of all the resources in one go, and then wait a couple days and it would refresh to do it all again. And it was just a looping process for no good reason. And I don't know if that isn't too much of what Fallout 76 also is, particularly if you're not running into a lot of other players. Escape from Tarkov has angered its fan base, which this may not be the first time they've done that, with a new $250 edition, which that is ridiculous, with player versus event and pay to win content, quote unquote. And the update here says players who bought the $100 edition, promising all future DLC, are being offered limited access to the new player versus event mode. But yeah, that sounds way too expensive. And if there weren't reasons before to not play Escape from Tarkov, $250 worth of reasons now not to play Escape from Tarkov. And I'll just leave it at that. Now, I find this interesting from Gamatsu.com. River City Girls 2 has DLC characters Billy and Jimmy Lee from Double Dragon being announced, which seems like an odd addition. I guess the River City Ransom male characters are this guy and this guy already, although maybe in younger form. So maybe they really didn't have much further to go, and so that is why you're getting the Double Dragon crossover, because the River City Ransom series doesn't have any more characters to add. But noticeably the main two River City Girls from River City Girls 1 are getting squeezed out in this image, and perhaps that is the joke. And these two extra girl characters were added into as kind of side characters. Right now it looks like they are still supporting River City Girls 2, but I can't help but suspect that there will just be this twinge in effort to bring back River City Ransom and just sell the old games, which probably won't sell that well. If anything, I would think if there's any hope of the River City Ransom series working, you probably could make a River City Boys and River City Girls 3 and just go in that direction, go with this cutesy anime style and not the 8-bit pixely style that the very old River City Ransom games are. And at a certain level, Double Dragon games probably should go in a similar direction, and so this might be an experiment for Double Dragon more to say, hey, if we drew the Double Dragon protagonist as more modern anime characters, would that work instead of going with 8-bit and 16-bit pixel graphics? Now these beat 'em up games themselves have kind of a sordid history of not being as popular or relevant as they probably should be in the West, and not being as good in quality in general. And so there are some quality issues as far as the most recent beat 'em up games, with some exceptions. Certainly, I think River City Girls was a series. 1 and 2 have been pretty good. I think the Ninja Turtles games have been alright. But there have been a couple of flops in the past few years. Let's see. Seems like every GameDeveloper.com article is going to have to be reloaded because I changed the visual modifiers on it. I'm not sure if I really believe the Stellar Blade director here, but Video Games Chronicle says that the Stellar Blade director says that the half second, that would be 500 milliseconds, input lag when parrying and dodging is deliberate. Triggering a move instantly would not fit the game style of animation, says Kim Hyung Tai. Which inherently, that is admitting that they prioritized animation over gameplay. But whatever. I mean, that's an artistic decision one way or the other. I imagine most players will adjust and adapt to that fairly well. It's not uncommon to start playing a game and just have a player unconsciously adapt to more or less lag, and it doesn't become noticeable until you get to massive amounts of lag or inconsistent amounts of delay. As delay would be the better move. Lag would be you're expecting a frame to render and it doesn't render in time. Delay in this case would be you press a button and frames are rendering but the character is not moving, or the character feels sluggish in their movement. Now inherently, character feeling sluggish in a game like this is probably not what you would want. This may also just be a case of them making an official response and just saying it was deliberate as an excuse. That is one thing about Hand of Fate 2 having action hack and slash fighting being its major second gameplay mechanic, is that the delay, the dodges and reflections and reposits is what they're called, often do feel a little slow and clunky, and in part that is because Hand of Fate 2 has a speed modifier, and whatever equipment you have may modify your speed. If you have heavy armor on, it will make you move slower than if you have light armor on. And yeah, translating those kinds of RPG equipment modifiers to an action game just gives off an inconsistent, weird feeling. And yeah, it never makes the fighting feel great in Hand of Fate 2. Here we have GameDeveloper.com saying the Fallout 4's next gen update is available now. It's also been updated on PC, Xbox One, and PS4. This is a slightly older story, not highlighting all of the problems we've seen. And this may just really be a case of GameDeveloper.com, but here we have yet another screenshot where it just seems like there's a decent amount of potential violence happening here, and characters that just don't look amazing in the faces in particular. This one looks alright, and the helmet here doesn't look terrible, and this one in the background doesn't look terrible. Let's see, ESA retweeted Gamers Outreach here. I think they were donated and were able to make another one of these carts that I think these go for about $10,000 to hospitals. Everything medical gets bumped up because they have to go through certifications and they have to make everything plastic out of medical grade plastic that is capable of just being sprayed with medical grade bleach to clean. So even the monitor kind of has to be tested for that. Let's see. This is the one they retweeted. The go-kart you requested is arriving and you're ready to play some Xbox. This new go-kart recently arrived at OU Health thanks to the ESA Entertainment Software Association, with more on the way to 2 more hospitals. So that if these are about $10,000, the ESA has spent roughly $30,000 to give these kits. And it may be kind of hard to see, but yeah, there's a transparent plastic here with controllers. And they might even have like UV lights in here that would sterilize the controllers without using bleach, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is just bleach. And then there are just bumps here for carrying it and moving it and having it not bump into the wall. This disk drive might be a disk drive, but who knows what that really is. And I think there's a battery in it, so my assumption here is that there's just an Xbox in here, and that there isn't, say, a PC that could emulate Xbox and PlayStation, or a PC and a PlayStation. Kids these days, more on PlayStation side than Xbox, and it certainly is a decision by the ESA, who's supposed to be neutral, that they're giving and donating to something that is an Xbox exclusively. But yeah, you can see this guy has a little Mario thing, so he probably moves these carts around all day, and that's probably the only thing he does. But yeah, let's see if we could maybe get a better look here. It's a ViewSonic monitor on a Visa mount, effectively. It's not off-the-shelf parts or something. It is questionable. Maybe you shouldn't be taking pictures of the kids without blowing out their faces. In Europe, that's something they do quite often. I can tell you this kid is almost certainly on dialysis. This is, I think, a dialysis machine over here. And this on his chest is, I believe, what they call either a main line or a central line that connects to a major vein and artery, and they take out his blood, filter out the fluids and the that your kidneys would normally filter out, and then put the blood back in. And honestly, him playing video games while doing that is a little strange, that he would be that energetic while being on dialysis. And usually they wouldn't want that. You can see they have a blood pressure cuff on him. He may not be dialysized at the moment. And the kid being on dialysis is actually fairly strange, I would say, too. I would have to think that this white wire here is probably an outlet plug, and that there isn't a battery element to it. Here we go. You can see the white wire is hanging down, and yeah, it is a power cord. Typically this is what you also see in hospitals. There's a lot of these coiled springy white cords. So it is just a power cord and a way of moving a Xbox around. So you gotta see the waste here financially, and I don't know who to blame here. Blame the fact that the United States in particular doesn't have socialized medicine for all, and doesn't have anybody overlooking things. But when we know that this is a Vizio monitor, even if we're going to say, be very generous and say this is a 4K monitor, it still looks like it's only 32 inches at most, even at 4K. So $1,500, I think at best. If it's a really, really good quality monitor, it's probably not. It's probably in bulk getting paid $500, but let's say $1,500 on that. Then let's just say they're paying full retail for an Xbox and one controller. You're getting up to $2,050. So let's just go $2,100 there. And so if these really are the carts that it costs about $10,000, which I think it is, power strip, another $10, and then wheels and a cart and just custom designing and building it and assembling it, let's give it another $500. Like, in total, I could really think there's only about $3,000 worth of stuff here, and $7,000 here of red tape and grift, or I think that's the right word to use here. Just unnecessary. Let's increase the price by a significant amount. Now, I've seen other versions of these that I'm pretty sure did have a battery, and that would have, batteries I could see it could add a couple $1,000s, but if this is just plug in, it is really, really expensive. But here's the thing, if you tried to make a charity to compete against this and do it yourself, you could probably make a cart for less than $3,000, and then even at that, double the price and sell it for $6,000. But this charity would probably spend millions of dollars shutting you down, and or having a patent or something to stop you from doing that and competing. And right now, I know for a fact that there's not a lot of competition of companies making this stuff. That is true for most medical equipment, and it's all positive and good vibes, certainly on their own Twitter feed, because it's all insurance companies and people who are paying health insurance that are paying for all of these things. It might be a little bit more expensive if you were giving unique controllers to every single kid, and that was their controller, and it was not being passed around to different controllers. But then why would you have wired controllers at that point? Why not just wireless controllers? $50, here's your Xbox controller. Let the nurse press the sync button to synchronize it to the Xbox in the cart. And then when the kid was discharged, it's also worth pointing out here, this is only kids that they ever promote this to. There's plenty of adults who would be in the hospital who would be just as bored out of their minds, and adults in hospitals often are just given the TV, and the TV is not great, and most adults these days are not watching cable TV. So yeah, I would think Gamers Outreach should perhaps expand its target market more, bring video games to kids and families in hospital, but apparently not single gamers, which seems oddly exclusive when you think about it. But every screenshot here has given off the feeling that they're giving it to kids only, and it doesn't seem like they're having one. Now here's one with PlayStation controllers, and here's a guy that looks like he's actually maybe playing things himself. These might be, yeah, this feels like these are the older models, slightly older for PlayStation, and that they've changed their designs a little bit. But it's kind of important to point out here, almost every hospital already has a specialized TV on the wall, and the specialized TVs on the wall are designed to work with the call buttons, the remotes that they will give patients. They have a call the nurse type button, But there's really no reason why those specialized TVs that follow that unique protocol, which very few TVs these days are being made to follow that protocol, and there needs to be a new standard almost certainly. Like, none of those TVs really don't have HDMI in. Nothing really is stopping you from just plugging in a regular Xbox to the TV and having wireless controllers there. And take note that there's no Nintendo Switches showing up here, which you would think kids would be encouraged to play that more often. There probably is some anti-theft technology in here, so you can't just crack this thing open and take the consoles out, but it probably isn't that tight. So it is kind of questionable. Do you need the cart at all, or are you just creating a solution to a problem that didn't really exist? As far as at any point you could have just had a box on the wall and put an Xbox or a PlayStation on the wall. So there definitely is room for new thoughts and some upgrades there. One of the things about the TVs on the wall in the hospitals is, with the new protocol, the TV should be able to show they should go to, it should be able to show x-rays and lab results and patient notes as a second monitor to a computer that doctors now usually have in the room also. They're getting redundant equipment very often in hospitals these days, where there's a computer with a monitor that only the nurses and doctors can log into. They can pull up information to pull up the records, but that computer monitor does not connect to the TV that could just be bigger to show the patient things and inform the patient more. And then you have a third monitor here for gaming, and a big part of this is certainly nurses and doctors are just not very tech literate and don't want to be tech literate. They just want to focus on the medical, which is fine if they're good at the medical, but not all of them are good at the medical either. They must have gotten the price down here, because this doesn't seem too bad. $10 buys a new merch item from Save Point, which I have no idea what that is or why they're spending $10 on it, but $30 for a brand new controller is actually a discount. Should be about $60 if they're paying full retail. $60 for a brand new title seems like they're getting no discount there. But they're saying they're only spending $100 on a monitor, and I imagine these monitors might get broken fairly often. And then they're only spending $300 on the console, which is some savings. And all of that is not in any way adding up to $3,500, which is still fairly cheap from what I thought they were selling them. I thought they were, last I had heard, I thought they were selling them for $10,000, and this is much more reasonable, although not that great. Let's see. $500 funds a go-kart pit stop by providing gear upgrade to all their existing go-karts in their fleet. So they're saying it costs $500 to possibly ship these somewhere, probably by freight, which that could be $500 if you freight shipped them alone, to fix the broken ones, which would probably mean that the legs and the stuff break a little too easily. But yeah, the numbers don't add up. 300 plus 100 plus 60 plus 30 is only $500 plus $10 for merch, $510. There's $3,000 unaccounted here, and that's not on 4 casters and some cold rolled steel and plastic molding. Yes, they probably aren't making these in bulk and getting any real savings here. almost certainly, if you could use 3D printing, that might work fairly well to save some of that. And for the price of maybe about $10,000, you could get a really nice laser 3D printer that would make all these plastic elements in-house. But yeah, I'm kind of rambling here, but $3,500 is about $3,000 of questionable profit that this not-for-profit seems to be making. And I wouldn't really hate that so much if it didn't also feel like they weren't making enough of these. That if there was one of these in every hospital room, then there'd be less to complain about. But it seems like hospitals only have 3 or 4 of these, and a kids ward probably has closer to a dozen kids in it. So if you told me every kids ward in every hospital had one of these, that would be fine. Although I still kind of question, why do they need to be on carts? They're only on carts because they're so expensive that they can't have enough for every room. So they're only solving a problem that they created themselves by overcharging for the cart, which wouldn't be needed if somebody just bought a game console and a $100 metal box and stuck it to the wall permanently. And yeah, $500 to ship and fix, it seems a little high. Anyways, I guess I have to leave it at that. You can only complain so much about people trying to do a good thing there. And in fairness, it doesn't seem like they're really doing anything shadier than what any other medical equipment provider is doing. There might be some tipping hazard things that they established here so kids can lean on it. Seeing this little kid lean on it does make me wonder, if this kid fell and grabbed this, have they tested it so with the casters locked down, would it prevent it from falling over on the kid? The power cord's certainly not going to keep it from falling over on the kid. Yeah. And almost certainly the kid couldn't lift themselves up if they were on the ground holding on to the arms. There might be a real danger in having the arms there at all. And there certainly are way more expensive medical devices that hospitals waste people's money for. Yep. And that comes out of everybody's pocket. Everybody that is paying monthly deductibles through their benefits plans of their jobs. Everybody is getting paid a little bit less hourly or salary wise because they're getting medical care, and then the medical care, the health insurance is spending money on expensive things. And yeah, I'm sure health insurance isn't directly paying for these, but then people get hospitalized, and then the hospitals charge $1 million a day, which that's probably not much of an exaggeration. And the profits from that $1 million a day gets spent on things like this. Of course, a lot of that profit also just gets put in the pockets of the board. Yeah. So the Xbox is just in the front there, so that little elements in the front don't even seem to be connected to anything. Apparently maybe they've done 15,000 and almost all of them are in New York. They want to do 600 more units this year. Yeah, as gamers, if we're going to pretend like we care, they've done 1,908 cards. If we're going to pretend like we care, we should definitely do the research to find out how helpful donations are going when we do like Games Done Quick events and things like that. Like the money getting raised and feeling good that money's getting raised for things like Doctors Without Borders, which Games Done Quick I think is Doctors Without Borders, and I question if they aren't just a much better charity that are doing much more for society. It doesn't have to be narcissistic helping in that gamers must give video game consoles to people in the hospital. And inherently, I don't think there's any real element here where kids are being given their save files or their games after the fact. I imagine this is just a drawer that holds games. That'd be my guess. Like, so if a kid is in the hospital and they're playing a video game and then they go home and they don't have that console or they don't have their save file, well, you've just made that kid, who is still probably recovering and should have their spirits as high as possible, you've made that kid probably very unhappy at that point that you gave something to them or let them use something in the hospital and then took it away. Yeah, and nobody's going to rent out controllers or consoles to recovering kids at home, or just give Xboxes to kids at home. In fact, the only reason ESA was willing, we now know, to barely spend $10,000 is probably just as a tax write-off. Like, that is a pathetically low amount. Maybe the ESA gives away some of these go-karts all the time, but this is the first time I've ever seen it ever since following the ESA for the past few months. Meanwhile, the ESA's still not really doing anything. Like, almost certainly, I would think this is a follow-up to the ESA saying that none of their members, or basically saying they're telling none of their members to support preservation of video games, is that quick, let's give some money and get some good news and good press out. Yeah, this was April 25th, and it feels like almost the same day that what was the day they said they weren't going to support video game preservation and letting libraries preserve video games online. Moving on. The Outrider developers People Can Fly has canned Project Dagger. The cancellation could result in the studio writing off up to $20 million in production costs. I don't think of the People Can Fly as the Outriders developer as much as I think of them as the Bulletstorm developer. Regardless, it still highlights that they have had a fairly long amount of time in which they've had fairly unsuccessful games. And it's kind of surprising People Can Fly has lasted as long as it has instead of just straight up laying off people and folding up. There clearly, I think, is a passion amongst the Outriders, amongst People Can Fly's employee base, but there's something missing in a general leadership, a general concept, and just finding a good gameplay mechanic and a good game and a good packaging to wrap that good game in to sell it to people. And it may just be a case of having really bad publishers that just don't know how to advertise or sell their games. And perhaps it is a case where maybe they should just make something a little bit different, have like a Borderlands art style type change, where if they just stand out of the crowd a little bit more, that would work. Although Bulletstorm kind of tried that by being very much an edgelord type game in its story, and while that made it infamous, it didn't actually sell Bulletstorm well enough, which is crazy because the gameplay of Bulletstorm was a little bit more polished, would have been amazingly good. It was pretty great even at it. Perhaps it was a little too demanding with its score system, but not a terrible idea. Honestly, if you had Helldivers, which they're still talking about Helldivers on Reddit quite a lot, so I think there's a very somewhat silent, focused on just playing Helldivers right now fan base that's fairly large. But if you had a game that had more of that storyline feel of Helldivers and then had the gameplay mechanics of Bulletstorm, I think that would have worked fairly well. Of course, that's just my own guess. But yeah, at this point, I think people can fly is circling the drain, and unless they've got another project that they actually are working on and can get out fairly quickly, I expect we might hear layoffs or shuttering of People Can Fly within the next couple of even days, if not months. Gematsu has the Stellar Blade launch trailer. I don't know who would really need to see the launch trailer at this point. Either you know what Stellar Blade is, what it isn't. Suppose you might have something interesting in just getting a general idea of what the game is or what they're focusing on. If anything, I think there's probably an effort here to focus more on the other characters who I think probably play a bigger role than a lot of screenshots have focused on. Regardless, the gameplay is here. And so, like, even if it really is just a case where you're going to cringe through the storyline, I think there is a real argument to play Stellar Blade for the gameplay. Maybe we're not to the point where it makes a lot of sense to play Stellar Blade over Nier Automata if you haven't played Nier Automata, which I haven't, but yeah. On the other hand, I knew Shift Up, I knew Stellar Blade. If this was a PC game, I'd be playing it right now, or I would hope I would have been playing it right now. But because it's a PlayStation exclusive, I'm in this weird position where I can only speak of it from afar, since I'm not equipped nor interested in buying a PlayStation to try and capture footage there and play it. And we really have no guarantee that Stellar Blade will ever come off of PlayStation to any other console. So this might be, much like Heavenly Sword, a game that becomes kind of notorious for being liked by a niche community, but also never being playable on anything else. Let's see. Let's reload this thing. Let's see. His Video Games Chronicles covering of People Can Fly canceling the co-op action RPG Project Dagger. This is Bulletstorm here, and so I'd assume this is Outriders here. I don't think there were ever any screenshots of Project Dagger, but maybe. It was going to come out in 2025 and 2026, sometime in there. In January, People Can Fly did reportedly lay off 30 developers working on an unannounced Square Enix game. So maybe there is some more layoffs around the corner. But yeah, kind of just have to leave it at that. And then I wanted to point out that the Godot engine, well, first of all, is trying to tell people that the Godot engine is able to do 3D games, and so they're making the meme of the astronaut shooting the other astronaut. I don't even know what this is actually from, but I've seen his meme before. I don't know what this this flag even is. but they were also going to have a live stream. It is also worth pointing out that a fairly large YouTuber who has about 1.75 million followers, who quit YouTube 3 years ago making Unreal Engine games and he was making tutorials on how to make Unreal Engine games and teaching people how to make Unreal Engine games. Well, he's announced that he's coming back after 3 years of quitting YouTube to focus and teach people how to make games with the Godot engine. So, yeah, it is a niche audience, certainly, of people who would want to learn via YouTube videos on how to make video games using the Godot engine, but he is probably one of the bigger content creators around that niche audience. Potentially, he's going to be, at least. That being said, it is still worth pointing out that the Godot engine is probably 3.5 years away from the point where we would start to see really big AA or AAA games using the Godot engine. It's just going to take that long of development for people to learn the Godot engine and start making games. Here he is. Brackies is his name. But yeah, it's going to take 3.5 years at minimum for people to learn the Godot engine and make games on the Godot engine if they were making Unreal Engine games before. I think that's how it's going to break down, at least. And yeah, there might be something, it might be somewhat easier, but probably isn't going to be that easy to transfer your games over. And it still might be a lot of people making Unreal Engine games, whereas, I mean, Unity engine style games on the Godot engine. So mobile games, things that are going to feel more like mobile games and not Unreal Engine style AAA games, first person shooter type games. Alright, let's go through all the new games on Steam. This did not launch correctly. My macro didn't run for some reason. Yet another thing broke. So I probably have manually opened some extra tabs. So 23 would be too far back, I would say, since today is 26. I really should be only doing 24, 25, and 26 games. But I was going back as far as I could to see if I recognized anything, but I wasn't really paying enough attention. That's one of my problems. It's pretty obvious that I have multiple screens there, as most people do these days, where you have like a cell phone running with either a YouTube video or a podcast playing, and at any point I could also pick up the cell phone and just be distracted that way. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to be looking at my computer screen and putting all my attention there. And honestly, I'm questioning whether I, like many, have just started to fall into a acquired ADHD, where it is just getting more and more difficult to focus on one thing, one task. Of course, also, there is no real desire to focus on one thing. It's running my macros, getting all these news and tabs open, before a stream is taking quite a long time, and if I could figure out a way to speed up the process, I would speed up the process. I'm not sure if the games that I'm seeing on the follow list aren't just games that made press releases and got put on the follow list a long time ago, but honestly I kind of don't care either. I definitely am still, this is probably where we left off, somewhere around here, because this feels like a game I definitely would have had on the fall list otherwise. Yeah, I'm still trying to think of better ways to improve these streams while still accomplishing what I want to accomplish. Certainly a lot of this could be done off screen, but without the accountability of streaming live, I probably wouldn't hold myself to it and actually get the work done. And honestly, it does. YouTube wants live streams. I have no idea what I would live stream otherwise with the free time while that was all happening. In theory, the right move would be to live stream more Yu-Gi-Oh, but in reality, I'm not willing to play any more Yu-Gi-Oh or any more collectible card games at all at this point. Like, there is definitely an argument to finding something else that might work instead of collectible card games, but it'd have to be an incredibly slow game and an incredibly repetitive game that you could just play forever. I don't know what that would be. There might be an argument to running a macro while going through all these games and just popping up a box that says yes or no, but inherently if I was going to do something like that, the macros would have to work 100% of the time, and there's just nothing like that. Here's an interesting question. Is Oriental an acceptable word to use these days, even when you're saying Oriental Valley? Particularly since in this game, not really seeing anything here that screams being that Oriental. Yeah. I think this is probably an asset flip, low effort game. That would be my guess. Yeah. You can see this, she's wearing a shirt with like a smiley face on it, and at first glance I thought that was just a really tiny pasty black bra that she was wearing, but no, it's just kind of a pinkish shirt. Yeah, I'll give it a chance. English and Chinese does not inspire me with confidence as far as the language support goes. Same situation, zombie games, you never know if they're going to be good. They're probably not good. Well, not the same situation, but very common situation. What happened to Kate? Puzzle adventure game. Bootleg steamer. That's an interesting thought. I wonder how many steamboats were bootlegging. I would think a steamboat would just be too big and too slow to be bootlegging that much. But then at a certain point, I really had hoped this Age of Water had been better received, because this one looked fairly interesting from its visuals. half pirate, half raft. Still early access. Let's see what the reviews say, if we can find some negative ones. Game is pretty mid, it's just driving around and grinding missions. Super frustrating for those who don't pay to win. Well, in these cases, I'm going to leave this on the mixed. I'm going to leave this on the following list, I mean. But I'm not going to make another YouTube short around it. Yeah. Honestly, I should just play Raft. Like, it took years, it feels like, for Raft to finally get into its 1.0 version, which feels like it's probably going to be its final version, or whatever current version it's in is probably close to its final version. This almost certainly is a Chinese asset flip game. So it's like you're gonna end up dying a lot, is I guess the idea. And it just doesn't feel like there's really any polish there. The game Merrily Perily was like that and put a comedic spin on it, but even in that case, I don't really feel like Merrily Perily introduced a whole new genre of games where you seek out all the funny different ways you can kill the main protagonist. There have been some games that have given achievements or even encouraged characters to die, but that tends not to be the main game. So here we have a storybook in video game form. Let's go ahead and make an assumption here that these are legitimately licensed and somebody didn't just scan these. Do any of these have any reviews to them? It may very well be a case that none of them will be reviewed because there aren't that many kids playing on PC. And this is from the Arthur series with the visuals from PBS and the new visuals, where the very first Arthur the Aardvark series, he had a long nose. Now he has no nose. Well, that is interesting. And that is certainly an example of something I would like to see, particularly with the Steam Deck now, is to say, hey, can we have interactive books? Can we have kid-friendly games? Very young kid-friendly games. It is still going to be a weird thing if you handed a $600 Steam Deck to a kid so they're reading what is an electric book that is, frankly, you would want to get this on a major discount, not more than just 27% off. But yeah, most phones are probably $800 though in comparison. Yeah, but yeah, this is definitely what I would like to see more of. And it seems like they're kind of staggering the releases. These are some weird visuals. They didn't just release all the Arthur interactive books at once, which I appreciate that. Looks like we got another puzzle game. I tried to play the Witness on the Steam Deck and it looks like it works, but the problem with it is I'd have to start a new save file or figure out how to move save files away because I already unlocked everything and I had forgotten really a lot of the controls. Anyways, so I managed to really just walk around and mess up some puzzles that had already been solved. This game's too much in the shadows, so I'm gonna say no to that. Now I'm seeing a kind of higher number of games that look interesting today, which I can appreciate that. This is Japanese only. We are continuing to see a trend of Japanese only games. Also happen. This is probably nothing, but visuals have an interesting 3D CGI twist to them that you tend not to see this level of polish on it. It's like every character seems like they really spent some effort to make decent screenshots and decent looking characters. Something it screams this is not an asset flip. Even if the hair model and the body all were asset flips, it feels like somebody put some effort into it and put some thoughts into it to make it stand out and feel unique. Whereas in contrast, even though I'm going to give Rogue Girl a chance here, this very possibly is a Demon Girl that is just a one purchase on the Unreal Engine store or the Unity asset store. The outfit, the characters, the animations and pose may all be bundled together. I don't know if that's true or not. Here we have a jigsaw puzzle game, which has been a while since we saw one, and in fairness to this one jigsaw puzzle game, it does seem like they're at least doing something different, going with musical images instead of just nothing. I saw that this Another Crab's Treasure is doing somewhat well, and to me it feels like this could be a SpongeBob SquarePants game with just the crab from Little Mermaid as the protagonist instead of SpongeBob. Which, yeah, okay. That looks interesting enough. My only real question though is Another Crab's Treasure possibly a sequel to a game, say, called A Crab's Treasure? Or is this the first game in the series? Soulblind Prologue. Are we highlighting prologues at this point? No. Forewarned, Final Reckoning version 1.0. Well, this is rated very positively, so I kind of have to promote it just for that reason. It's VR and non-VR. They've changed the logos and icons, so now things look a little bit different. What kind of game is it? Horror, survival, horror. Yeah, 1 to 4 co-op survival horror. I think I need to investigate this later. It's probably not the kind of game I'd actually play. There's still just a high number of games that are already on the fault list because I'd already seen them. Doesn't really matter. And see, Pine Harbor here is mixed, unfortunately. I'm still going to give it a chance, but or make a YouTube short around it, but it is still high 60-70% of all games that look like they might be good. But it's probably even higher than that, really. End up getting reviewed particularly poorly. And yeah, I don't think it is a case that gamers are being overly demanding. I think it is a case that a lot of games just fail. Inherently, you do have this situation where I will say interactive games are more complex and just require being good on more levels. We can see Sandland is doing particularly good, and that's good news. You could make a mediocre movie that still would be good enough to watch, but if you had to make a mediocre movie and mediocre interactive components, then that would be too much. You have more of a moe anime girl visual novel, which we haven't seen those in a while. Now you have screenshots like this that feel like they've been intentionally cropped out to not show any pantsuit underwear of the anime girls, so there might be some censorship. We haven't seen the censorship cut content police group in a while, but they really wouldn't have information on brand new games anyway, so undoubtedly there is some censorship happening by the publishers and creators of a lot of these visual novels to get them on Steam, and there probably is some kind of patch. Unfortunately, it's probably also a case where it is such a minimal amount of censorship, it's just wouldn't really drastically change the game one way or another to leave it in. Here we see top spin is mixed, which I'd like to see that there was a good tennis game that came out every year, but seems like half of these 2K games are not particularly great. Still not really willing to promote these hidden object games. Here you have Slay the Abyss, probably trying to create name confusion between Slay the Spire and maybe something else. And then we have a visual novel here that probably should be in the adult section called Womanizer. Well, I've never seen a woman like squeezed into a bag before as part of a video game story, which I'm not sure even contortionists can squeeze their body that way. Probably can. But yeah, we're still seeing a trend here of games that are tagged NSFW and look like they have NSFW content in them, and yet in the mature content element there's something they're not clicking a box on that would prevent this game from being shown to me like it should be prevented based on my preferences. Yeah, so if you were somebody who felt like you actually did have some obsessive compulsive thoughts about sex and sexuality, if you've had that quote-unquote sex addiction with OCD and had actually been diagnosed with that, or personally just didn't want to see this content, Steam is a terrible place for you, and the internet in general is probably a terrible place for you, but no amount of adult filtering is likely to block this website unless you just have a long list of keywords that would block websites, which you could do that, but keyword blocking tends not to work very well. It tends to overly catch things. But yeah, Valve has a long list of things I'd like them to do, a long list of things that a lot of people would like them to do, but as far as Steam and the website, they need to get better and find a way to fix what is blatant mislabeling on the part of small indie people. Steam Direct listings in particular, I'm sure somebody just paid $100 to list this game on Steam. I'll give this a chance. Although, you know what, I'm not going to put it on the fault list because this game doesn't look interesting enough to me personally. But I'll make a YouTube short on it. It's been a while since I saw a letter game, even though this probably is just a mobile game. That looks good enough. Actually, kind of high number of decent looking games today. Have we possibly crossed a threshold where we'll start to see higher quality games? We got Project Mikhail, a Muv Love War story being mixed reviewed. I've seen this Muv Love series. I'm not sure it ever actually sells well, though. And yeah, there is definitely room for improvement as far as just investigating some of the series that maybe are on the fall list or maybe on the wish list. Yeah, and to get back to streaming, there is definitely possibilities here where I could get a lot better viewership, a lot more viewers. Better viewership is a weird phrase to use. A lot more viewers is what I should say. Doing something completely different. But it definitely would be a case of I'd have to find something that I would still be willing to do. And I kind of like going through the news and looking at all the new games. I think that keeps me fairly informed, and it certainly is the only way I'd be able to make YouTube Shorts. So now I'm painted myself into a corner as far as how could I make YouTube Shorts without doing the live streams as in the way I'm doing it now. This John Christian 3.0, you've seen this game before, or John Christian games before. It's been a while, probably a year and a half to 2 years. They definitely aren't flooding Steam with them. The problem with this game, and it's been just kind of a consistent problem with what seems like Christian games for Christians made by Christians, is that they never just have a good amount of polish around them, and they just come off as being very low quality. Same is kind of true for Christian TV shows like Veggie Tales and Bible Man. And it does create this weird situation where if you have any Christianity or Christian themes in a video game, and the video game is good, you're probably playing a Japanese RPG with just loosely based on Christian dogma elements. Stellar Blade, for instance, they call the main character in Stellar Blade an angel because she fell through from a satellite in the sky, and one of the main protagonists is named Adam, and the other character, I think, yeah, the main protagonist, female protagonist, is named Eve. And one of the things there, certainly why I think it works more for the Japanese creators, is that they have no real affiliation to Christianity for the most part. There are some Christians in Japan, but not many, and their flavor of Christianity may be very different. So most creatives only having a loose affiliation just sees it as an interesting story to copy or use elements from, whereas the true believers in the Western world, who are going to try and represent everything as best as possible and as biblically accurate, are much more hamstrung by that reverence. And I think they're fairly hamstrung in their just lack of video game design and support, and probably funding. And inherently, it still very much is the case that ultra-conservative Christians around the world, in the same way that ultra-conservative Muslims around the world, just don't like things that aren't part of their religion or 100% kowtowing to their religion. And so ultra-conservative Christians around the world don't like video games in general, so why would they make a Christian video game? or try to compete against other Christian video games when they can just ban them in their house and ban their kids from playing it. And that's kind of true for any ultra conservative of any religion. Yeah. There's a phrase they say in, or they say something, I probably am going to misquote this, in ultra conservative Christian values and thinking, as far as to always be in prayer in your thoughts, mind, and speech and action, or something like that. And one of the ways they interpret that is that in every single action and every single thing you're doing, it has to be connected to praying in reverence of their religion, their God. And as such, there is no room for any form of entertainment, video games or others, or fiction at all. Another phrase they would say is that it is making you stumble in your walk with Jesus, or taking your mind away from God. Things like that. Now, that's not, of course, all Christians, but it is some. And if one Christian says it, a lot of other Christians might smile and nod and agree, because they don't have really a foundational way of arguing against that way of thinking, or a biblical way of arguing against that. I'm gonna give this Tell Me Your Story not a chance. It looks like it might be a cutesy little kid-friendly puzzle game. Manor Lords is rated very positively, which is kind of surprising because the screenshots don't look particularly that interesting. I think we're close to being done. Here we have a Backrooms game that now just has pools in it instead of just a Backrooms. Still all very much asset flippy, nothing. In fairness, if you were to make a game like this, where there's just a bunch of water puddles and pools, and it was just a mystery wander around this weird world, and you bothered to spend even 5 more minutes thinking up a name, this might not be the worst walking simulator psychological horror game ever. But once you start to put some effort into it and think about it, then you I think fairly quickly would want a story and a theme and a protagonist and an antagonist. And you definitely see in a lot of horror games, even very low effort horror games, that they manage to put that extra effort in, so there is a protagonist and an antagonist. Seems like you're playing as phallic penises here, fighting each other. Foreskin Fury. Now, do I know anatomy right here? These all kind of look like the foreskin would be peeled back on these penises, or circumcised, probably circumcised. So if you were going to make a game called Foreskin Fury, the foreskin, I would expect it to be fully forward, covering the head of the penis. This is getting very anatomical quickly here, but should this be in the adult section? Absolutely. It's been a while since we've seen a game like this, but we've seen it before, and I've seen mainstream video game journalists cover games like this before, because I think Devolver Digital, or one of the beloved by mainstream video game journalist characters, I guess they wear hats, but yeah, that's still not really the same lane. Yeah. There's a story being rated very positively as a, I assume it's mostly player versus player. There's a story that I remember being told fairly often that in Greece it was just very common for kids to have phallic imagery necklaces. And yeah, there's something to perhaps body positivity and not just pretending like genitalia doesn't exist. And maybe at some point we'll get to a society where video games like that can just be seen as being silly and not potentially offensive. Although I didn't personally find anything that offensive there. If anything, it just doesn't look like it's a good enough game. Here we have another SCP game that's already negatively reviewed. Yeah, it's been probably 2 years, if not longer, where we have not had a single SCP game released that was well received and well reviewed after Control. And Control doesn't even say SCP in the title. So Control's massive success led to just so much momentum that now you just have people making games with SCP in the name because so many other people have done it, despite the fact that none of it has succeeded. And that's the kind of wrong messaging that you don't want to see the game industry gather. But then there is very much a question as far as, are low effort asset flip game developers really even part of the game industry? Or are they just filling Steam to either launder money or trick people for a few $100s worth of sales? Yeah. It's grim up north. I'm gonna give this a chance, even though it's probably nothing. How many more games do I have to go through? I'm on 26 now. Today is the 26th. There really can't be that many more games. We're still seeing a lot of these up clones, or only up clones, and there's still just a laundry list of bad games. This one I think we can say no to because the visuals are kind of all over the place. You have some fantasy looking visuals, you have cards that look completely different, you have some sci-fi looking visuals. Yeah. And the name get dead, get wrecked. Yeah. I don't think there's enough polish here. Taking root. Caring for houseplants. Honestly, these kinds of games just feel like asset flip games at this point. I'm not willing to promote them. Some of those cozy games being the first in a series, a growing series of cozy games, may have been given more of a chance, but nowadays, if you just are making a cozy game where you're in one room, you're probably just not spending any energy actually making a game. Zombies, aliens, and gums. Do I want to say yes to this? Yeah, I'll be generous. Alright, so I only have about 5 more games, and then we'll get to the headlines, but we're already approaching 4 hours. In last stream, it was kind of short, and it feels like the obvious thing here is that there was probably a delay of games being released on Steam, and now this is the catch-up on Friday. That would be my guess as to what happened. But if I don't go through this fairly quickly, I'm going to have to take another break, which in all fairness I think is the wiser move anyways. So let's do that. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, ideally I'd kind of like to take a break in between those 2 points, after covering the big news and playing Yu-Gi-Oh for an hour, after covering all the new games that came out on Steam. But yeah, I don't always need to take a break, and even if I do, you really shouldn't be taking any breaks while making YouTube content. But yeah, I don't know how you best address that. Or really, honestly, I guess if maybe I could stream super long, it would make be less of an issue in my mind if I streamed for like 3 hours and took a break, and then 3 hours and took another break. That would be fine. But the fact that I sometimes am going barely 45 minutes without taking a break really sucks. And certainly plenty of people in schools and in jobs know that feeling where you're being strapped down to a desk or in front of a computer monitor for hours on end, being overly monitored. Of course, YouTube content creators are monitoring themselves, and that's about it. Anyways, so we're on SteamDB here, and what I want to see is a trend of anything new, which Manor Lords here strikes me as being new. Feels like that has come out of nowhere and launched at a very high 159,701 players in its 24-hour peak. And then Helldivers 2 is still in the 8th spot, getting played quite a bit. Fallout 4 still getting played quite a bit. And Wallpaper Engine seems to be bumping back up, although technically not really a game. Baldur's Gate 3 is down to 19. Destiny 2 is down to 20. Team Fortress 2 is actually pretty low. Fallout 76 is in the 30th spot. Duel is in the 36th spot. Am I saying anything else that strikes me as interesting? Fallout New Vegas is in the 48th spot with only a 24-hour peak of 34,000 players. Although, inherently, it's always worth pointing out that when you have a single-player game like Fallout New Vegas, there's really no reason why any number of players have to play at the same time. So the numbers can be particularly low, but consistent. If you had a game that got 5,000, well, let's make the math easy, 10,000 players every day of the week, then you would have 365,000 players, or 3,650,000 players, I guess would be the right math, in 1 year, which would be a massive amount of players. And that, certainly. Of course, then you also have to try to run the math, the impossible math of, are payers being turned into payers, or is it just 30,000 people bought the game once and now they're just playing it for the rest of their life, with no additional income being generated for the creators of those games. Blairtro's down to the 90th spot. I imagine it's run out of steam as far as any new content to be squeezed out of it. Yeah, you can see by the time you're at the 100th spot, 16,847 players. I guess if you added all these numbers up, though, you probably would be into very high 30 to 60 million players, even in the top 100. And I guess if you added up every number, you probably have very high numbers overall, but then also there's no guarantee that everybody who played this game didn't also play this game, so these numbers might be duplicate or overlap. My trending chart, as best as it is, which is not that good, shows Apex Legend coming down from a peak, Mark Blade Point staying pretty neutral. Here we have Manor Lords popping up out of nowhere. GTA 5 staying about where it was, and Destiny 2, everything else. It's these dots when something peaks high where things could be helpful. I don't know how to properly calculate that math though. Instead, like, get rid of the redundancy of something going up and down, up and down, up and down, but just show me things in its initial launch window. I almost certainly would have to make a whole new chart and redo the math completely and try and figure out the actual launch date of games and consider it from that perspective. And even if I was to do that, is that the information I really want? I don't think it is, because what I really would want is to know what people are playing. I don't care what people are playing in the launch window per se. It's still very much a case that people are playing Apex Legends, even though that game I think launched years ago. It is still very much a case that also where the games I'm getting charted here, and the data I'm getting charted here, is not showing me what I'd like to see in the way I'd like to see it. And it's another thing to work on. Apparently there's an Activision publisher sale going on if we look at Steam. Yep. Publisher sales go on. DC Universe Online, free to play, getting mentioned on that top section. And then several games on sale. Earth Appreciation Festival, that might be worth checking out too. It's Melatonin game. Oh yeah. SteamWorld franchise on sale. I guess what we're looking for, now that they've done this live action character people holding the Steam Deck ad, full width ad on the Steam front pages, are we going to see these video style ads for other things? Because that could just be the new trend, certainly, is that you could just have categories of games where they have paid to have commercial. I almost assume that there is some commercial that is going to air on TV with this footage at some point. And it hasn't yet, otherwise people would be talking about it. But either during the summer sale or Black Friday, I suspect we will see an actual commercial for the Steam Deck on TV. And that will, if they did do that, that will be an admittance that they feel like they are ready to make it more of a product available for everybody versus a product for early adopters. Yeah, we've seen many of these games. Werewolf the Apocalypse is apparently contains mature content, and so it's all being blocked out. This is better. Actual text that a screen reader can read instead of just a black screen or a blurred out screenshot. It would be nice if you could just click the button here and see it if you so wished. Maybe it would make you log in and check your adult settings, but yeah, I would say that's a pretty good way to do it. But I would say I click here to see anyways. Of course, the problem with that is click here to see anyways, you just don't know what you're clicking on. So there could be any level of mature content that you're okay with, and then you could just get 2 girls 1 cup by clicking to see anyways. Let's see. Persona 3 Reload selling particularly well as a top seller. Of course, you wouldn't get that on Steam, but there's nothing really stopping an adult section game from being just as explicit. Earth Appreciation Festival is a bunch of games that are kind of semi, kind of Earth-based. Shardpunk? Wouldn't say that feels particularly Earth Appreciation. Or Cyberpunk 2077? That doesn't feel like that really fits. Or Universe Sim. Or Imagine Earth, the space games. That doesn't feel super Earth either, but whatever. The more games on sale, the better. The problem with a lot of these festivals certainly is Anno 1800. The other Anno games were on sale recently. The problem with these festivals is they often just don't have that many games that are interesting out and about and available. Every one of these sales seems to have a button for Steam Deck now. Steam Deck is here. They definitely are spending the effort to promote the Steam Deck in every way they can, whereas the Steam Link devices and the Steam PCs failed because Valve didn't put enough effort into it. So I have to applaud them for putting effort into it. I would question maybe if they're not putting enough effort into the software and programming, but for all I know, a SteamOS version 4.0 is going to come out in just a matter of days, and it will just have massive improvements compared to SteamOS 3.0. That is a possibility. Of course, it's also a possibility that we don't see a SteamOS version 4.0 for months or years, and then there would only be minor tweaks and updates. Yeah, but this sale is particularly highlighting my issue with a lot of these sales. It's very few games. A lot of them are just coming soon also. So even you could basically buy everything available here and it wouldn't break the bank to do that. You'd spend maybe $600 to $1,000 if you bought every single game advertised here that actually is available for purchase, and maybe even way less than that. I think you probably would break the bank with the Activision publisher sale, and we have to remind ourselves Activision is owned by Microsoft now, so it's kind of interesting that it's Activision exclusively. But then when I think about it, I don't think there are any Blizzard games that are on Steam at the moment. I expect that they will come to Steam fairly quickly. No, Diablo at least is on Steam, but maybe not enough to have a Blizzard sale or have Activision Blizzard be bundled together. This might also just be a case where this is an indication where Activision and Blizzard have finally divorced from each other, and under Microsoft's new ownership, Activision will do its thing and Blizzard will do its thing. This would be the kind of sale that would be the hardest for me to fully embrace. Just buying a whole bunch of Call of Duty games when I have no interest in playing any of them. There are legitimate reasons historically to go back and cover some of these Call of Duty games. I think mostly the Modern Warfare series, but I just have no interest in it. I'm much more interested, as you can tell by the wish lists, on Spyro and Crash Bandicoot. There might be some DLC I didn't buy for Prototype 2 or Prototype 1, and they have not been really promoting DLC, which is probably a good thing for most people. But yeah, if I am missing DLC on a game and actually want to buy that DLC, it's kind of hard to find that. There's plenty of games that have soundtracks as DLC that technically are missing DLC. Call of Duty here, also noticeably, not really doing any sales for the World War II Call of Duties. So it seems kind of weird that they even have the Modern Warfare moniker when it seems to me like the games they actually are promoting, almost all of them, are set in more modern times. Yeah. Feels like maybe the very first Call of Duty was maybe set in the past, and that's why it's not on sale. Or maybe it never came to PC. This one is from 2022. This one is 2023. So, interesting. As far as I can tell, this is a reboot. I'm just calling the most recent one Modern Warfare, ignoring this one from 2009, this one from 2007, this one from 2011. This Infinite Warfare looks like it might be a sci-fi game more than anything. And so I'd assume it is the other series, not Call of Duty, but what is the other series called? If I can see if I can remember. That must lean more into the World War I, World War II first-person shooter, military shooter game play. I'm trying to think of it, but all that is rattling in my brain is Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Call of Duty. Yeah. Band of Brothers, maybe? I don't think that's the name of the series. Yeah. That whatever the series is I'm even thinking about is not relevant these days anyways. Alright, well, so we'll just have to leave it at that. Which that brings me to the Video Games Chronicle headlines. Let's make the headlines. I'm not really doing anything with the headlines at the moment, just making YouTube clips. That's doing something, but probably not doing as much as I would like it to do. But it also gives me an excuse to read the headlines and just try to practice and be better at reading headlines without going on wild tangents or mispronouncing things. So this is a little vocal practice at the very least. But yeah, let's go through them as quickly as possible. EA Sports FC 24 Premier League and WSL Team of the Season confirmed. Right, so every single one of these tabs theoretically needs to be reloaded. But I'm not going to do it, so I'm going to just cross my fingers and hope I can figure out what to say, even though some of the text is being clipped off. It also means the clips aren't going to look particularly good, but it's just not worth it to sit here and reload the page every time. eFootball celebrates 750 million downloads with a special event in items. Lego Animal Crossing is getting a set featuring KK Slider this August. Capcom is delisting 3 games on Steam next month. Resident Evil creator wanted to break free from the survival horror genre with his new studio. Switch 2 reportedly may have magnetic Joy-Cons and might not support the existing ones. The Microsoft CEO is committed to meeting players where they game after Xbox games dominate the PlayStation Store. Let's reload this and see if that's really what that said. Close enough. Yeah, Xbox has recently had 7 games among the top 25 sellers on the Sony's console. Do we have the full list there? Modern Warfare 3, Overwatch 2, Sea of Thieves, Fallout 4, Minecraft, Fallout 76, and Grounded. You really can't make the no true Scotsman's argument here and say all of those games are actually companies that Microsoft just bought, because if you're going to think that way, then that's basically every Microsoft game. I don't think there's ever been an internal studio that came up from people who had worked on Windows or Office before and wanted to move into gaming. I'm not sure if they've ever let anybody work on those other who have worked on Windows or Office move over into Microsoft gaming. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if nobody was interested in making that move. It's probably more demanding to work in the Xbox division than something else. But yeah, it's not like PlayStation has anything else. It'll be interesting, I guess, to see if Stellar Blade knocks some of these down, but even if Stellar Blade does take a #1 spot, you're still going to have the same argument that Xbox has recently had 7 games among the top 25 sellers. Moving on. Despite hardware decline, Xbox reports a record Q3 thanks to an Activision boost. Lollipop Chainsaw's reveal is coming soon, the studio president says. Let's see if there's anything special here to follow up on that. Nope, it's really just a retweet or a screenshot of a tweet. Fallout 4 Xbox Series X and S upgrade currently has a bug that blocks quality mode. Indie developers are selling Game Bundle for $8 for Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. What's in the bundle? A 300 plus game bundle for $8, which that doesn't mean anything. You could pretty much find 300 really cheap games. A Short Hike, Wander Song, Coffee Talk, and Fist Ultra Edition. Let's just check this out completely. It's itch.io. Yeah, so the vast majority of this is. You can see it has gotten $384,934 of a goal of $500,000. So it seems like they'll get the money. Hopefully the money goes to the right people and gets used appropriately. Of course, it's going to be people's opinion as far as who the right people or how it should be used appropriately. Yeah. I'm trying to think to try and be as balanced as possible if there has been any Palestinian video game news worth mentioning. And I just don't think there has. Like Palestine, Gaza Strip, I just think they've been in situations where they really never could have started a video game company or enforced any kind of Sharia law anti-video games. The biggest news I imagine you might say is that video game news from Palestine and Israel is probably almost non-existent because they're just fighting each other, or their governments are fighting each other non-stop. And certainly it is hard to argue against children and relief. Yeah, the biggest argument I can make against this bundle is that the vast majority of these games look like they suck, which is true for most itch.io bundles. And so I guess we leave it at that, since I really don't have any other commentary to add. $8 for 300 itch.io games. Not a bad deal if you actually want even these 4 games. Although, at a certain point, it might be fairly dangerous, even for people like in the United States, to donate, even through itch.io, to something with Palestine in the name. That might come back to bite you in the butt later. Or might not. It probably won't help you in any way. Moving on. Players who got the PS4 Fallout 4 game through PS Plus will have to wait for the free next-gen upgrade. BlizzCon 2024 will not happen, Blizzard has announced. Escape from Tarkov fans are angered at a new $250 edition with pay-to-win content and a player versus event content exclusive. Stellar Blade director says the half-a-second input lag was when parroting and dodging is deliberate. Fallout 4's next-gen update is available now. Clash of Clans Studios Supercell has announced that its first major game in 5 years will be released next month. Squad Busters. I guess the question to ask yourself, it was Clash of Clans popular because it was just an early game that a lot of people chose to play, or was it popular back in the day because it actually was a good game? Let's see if we can maybe get a general idea of what Squad Busters is supposed to be. Okay. Seems like it is a cutesy RPG game, but I don't know if it just goes on forever. It kind of looks like it might be a Vampire Survivors type clone, and it looks like it's got some of the characters from Clash of Clans. Maybe it is player versus player, maybe it's single player. 10-player multiplayer matches, including characters from Clash of Clans, Brawl Stars, Clash Royale, Hat Day, and Boom Beach, which I only recognize about 3 of those games. And the funny thing, I guess, to say here, if you can say anything, is that Clash of Clans is probably one of the most successful or most talked about mobile games, and it still just does not feel relevant or good enough to make mobile gaming feel like it is anything more than time waster games and money waster games. Moving on. Gary's Mod Studio is removing 20 years of Nintendo uploads following a DMCA takedown from Nintendo. Yeah, how did I know 20 years? It is because I had already read the headline. Here's a screenshot. If this is from a fan-made mod using Gary's mod, I think you could pretty well guess that these 3D models of Mario and Luigi and Wario were ripped directly from Nintendo content, or is just, even if they were handmade, they're just too similar to Nintendo models of Mario and Luigi. Unless you're going to try and make an argument that Mario and Luigi themselves are not unique enough characters to be copyrightable, which would be a tough argument to make, frankly. There aren't a lot of people that look like Mario and have an M on their hat, or Luigi that look like they have an L on their hat. So, yeah. It does feel a little unfair to me, though, that the Gary Mods creators are now being given this extra burden to do all this filtering and removal. But in fairness, they almost certainly should have been filtering and removing obvious Nintendo content from the beginning. Inherently, though, as a gamer, it also just irritates me that Gary's Mod people are being forced to do this while we have absolutely every right to believe that there's still not going to be a single Nintendo game ever coming to PC. And that should be the trade-off. If Valve wants to be friendly with Nintendo, Nintendo needs to be friendly with PC gaming and Valve. And maybe they are working their way up into that, but I don't really believe it. I'll believe it if I see it, I guess. Now, I guess it's also worth pointing out that these are things that were uploaded to the Steam Workshop, where if you just made the mod yourself and made it personal, Nintendo would have no way of knowing about it or taking it down. These were people who made mods and put them out on the Steam Workshop publicly. And that does fall onto Valve as much as it does to Gary's Mod Studio. Anyways, moving on. People Can Fly has cancelled the co-op action RPG Project Dagger. This is almost a little game we have going here. Can I guess the right headline with only seeing part of it? Of course, it's not a good game visually. Every single clip is going to show the text squished. That's no good. And I'm pretty much reloading most of the pages anyways. I should have just spent the extra 20 minutes. It wouldn't have taken 20 minutes. It would have taken maybe 5 minutes to reload all the pages. Stellar Blade's Day 1 update adds New Game Plus. Gears of War actor is seemingly teasing a June reveal for Gears 6. Was it Gears 6? Yes. Dragon Dogma 2's latest update nerfs Dragon's Plague. This is older headlines. Capcom raises its full year earnings forecast on better than expected game sales. Next week's free Epic Games titles have leaked. Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone Season 3 Reloaded have been detailed. Assassin's Creed Mirage director has ideas for extending the base story, but not with DLC. Did I get that right? Nope. It was extending Basim's story, but not with DLC. Of course, I don't even know who Basim is. I've kind of given up on trying to play any more Assassin's Creed games at this point. And that's something that occurred to me too, is as I'm playing Hand of Fate 2 right now, it's probably time to reevaluate whether I need to even bother trying to play sequels to games if I'm not super enthusiastic about playing the sequels to the games. Even if I've covered like the first and second of a trilogy, I would, just for content reasons, want to finish that in most cases. But also, if I didn't enjoy the first of a game, I should be much more willing to just say, even if I've bought the sequel, just don't bother playing it, don't bother making content on it. Play what you like, or what you have a higher chance of liking. With Hand of Fate 1, I kind of don't think I liked it well enough to have justified playing Hand of Fate 2. Almost done here. Saneland's launch trailer is ahead of this week's release. No, it's not is here ahead of this week's release. Game's already out now. Blizzard is seeking a handful of directors to work on an unannounced game. This may very well be the reason why BlizzCon has been cancelled, is because now that the news came out that they were hiring for an unannounced game, that people at BlizzCon would have just asked about that unannounced game. Although, in fairness, I could see Microsoft just saying BlizzCon is cancelled because it's a waste of money, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, if Microsoft was going to have a Microsoft Con, and they need to find a better name for that, Xbox Con, that might make some sense. To just have all Xbox games talked about and highlighted at a convention. If you're gonna do anything. Super Monkey Ball Banana trailer reveals multiplayer battle modes. Banana Rumble. Didn't get that last word. Alright, well that's gonna bring us to the Gamatsu headlines now, so that game is over. These will work just correctly. A horror action game, Alien Rogue Incursion, for the PSVR 2, Steam VR, and Quest 3 is due out this holiday. Alien games really do feel like they just come out of nowhere. Who owns the rights to Aliens? I'm not sure. I wonder if it isn't just an easy license these days. Of course, you run into 20th century games, apparently. You run into the problem with anything horrific in VR, in that VR players is already a niche audience. I think you make it even smaller when you have people who are just not going to want to have horror right in front of their face with no ability to close your eyes and turn around. I guess you can close your eyes. Yeah. I just don't think that's a good experience unless you're actually trying to terrify yourself. Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth Trilogy for the Switch launches May 21st in the West. Honkai Star Rail version 2.2 update, then Wake to Weep launches May 8th. Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl Not a Paradise trailer and screenshots are available on Gamatsu. So Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl, just Stalker 2, or is it a spin-off of Stalker 2? Really confuse these issues, I think. This is one of those games, it's either a Stalker series or the Metro series, where it might make a lot more sense to play these instead of Fallout. To kind of have almost the same vibe without the Nuka-Punk element to it. And the jankiness of a Bethesda game. It certainly is a thought. Although I'm still not really sure if Stalker as a series is the one you want to play, or Metro. I think if you played Metro right now, you probably would have more opportunity to play more games. But if you just played Stalker 1, that probably would work too. Sci-fi open world action RPG Galaxy New Horizons has been announced for PS5 and PC. Let's see what that looks like on Steam. Open world is a little extreme. I could see myself easily dismissing this game just by the looks of it, as it being not really showing any action or any gameplay. Of course, the anime girl always catches my attention. Which of the Holy Knight shipments and digital sales have topped 200,000? Which that has to be considered a fairly high marker when you're talking about a Aniplex visual novel here. But yeah, that certainly gives it a lot of relevancy when you have lots of thousands of overwhelmingly positive reviews, enough to take that from the fall list and just put it on the wish list. But I don't think I need to make a YouTube short on it again. Shadow of Ninja Reborn launches August 29th. Guess I'll make a YouTube short on that. Reynata's second trailer is available on Gematsu. I don't recall seeing the first trailer, but I imagine this is going to be one of these Japanese games that gets announced and promoted quite a bit. It's an action RPG due out July 25th in Japan, so it doesn't seem like it's got a Western timetable yet. If it does even come to the West, most of them do, but you never know. The Detective Reaper invites launch May 25th. Roguelike deduction game. That's an interesting thought. The visuals don't look amazing, but do we have a Steam link? It says PC, but sometimes they don't have Steam pages yet. It says PC via Steam, and if I click on PC, that's just going to give me a list of PC games. So, yeah. Moving on, I guess. Trinity S crossplay update is now available, so you can play between the PS5, PS4, and PC. I guess that's probably big enough to deserve a new YouTube short. Really don't have to be too picky. Planetarian, the Reverie of a Little Planet and Snow Globe has been announced for Switch. Has this been released for other things? Doesn't seem like it. It's a visual novel. Inti Creates Gold Archive Collection has been announced for Switch. That includes Mighty Gun Volt, Mighty Gun Volt Burst, and Puzzmix. Which I believe at least 2 of those games is already on Steam separately. Hunter x Hunter Nin X Impact first trailer is available. It looks like the characters look a little bit younger than you normally would see them animated for the Hunter x Hunter anime series. It's a fighting game, which Hunter x Hunter I think is still going somewhat strong for quite a while now. Save Me Mr. Taco Definitive Edition is coming to the PS4 and 5 on May 3rd. I think I vaguely recall this game from 2021. It's definitely been a while. Yep, this was the one that had Game Boy elements to it. And see, this is the weird thing about this, is that you have 75% positive reviews, 24 reviews from 2021. This is just a game that is not relevant enough, even if it is getting a Switch release, to justify covering it. Plus, I just don't want to play Game Boy tile set style games. And I don't want to play non-full color games. So I'm going to take that off the follow list. Slime Rancher 2 Early Access is coming to the PS5 on June 11th. It's already on Steam. It's not really a great reason to make a YouTube short on it, but I'll do it anyways. BlizzCon 2024 has been cancelled. It says the annual event will return in future years. We'll see. I wonder if that means maybe there'll be a bunch of layoffs at Blizzard before BlizzCon happens. That could be it. That could be the plan. River City Girls 2 DLC characters Billy and Jimmy Lee from Double Dragon have been announced. Due out this summer alongside a free update. Let's double check what River City Girls is reviewing at. Very highly. Do they have any DLC that cost any money? Nope. River City Zero is closer to what River City Ransom would be. And see, this was all made by Way Forward, licensing out the River City Ransom, so it definitely feels like the Japanese makers of River City Ransom are kind of peeved on the success of some other company making a spin-off of the River City Ransom series. And they tried to release a River City Ransom game, and it was very poorly received. Yep. Moving on. Dwarf is coming to the PS5 on August 1st alongside a physical edition. Interesting name for a title. Somehow this is on my wish list from 2022 and I don't recall it at all. Of course, it's been a wild few years. Stories from Seoul, the Gundog launches this winter for PS4 and 5, Switch and PC. This is that interesting early 90s era anime style with way too many green color palette elements to it. Yeah, I just don't think this is visually interesting enough to make a YouTube short around it. Again, if I even did the first time. Yeah, the whole screen is green, and it kind of feels like this might just be a remake of a very old game. It's tagged 1980s. So, you know, a lot of times when I say 1990s anime style, I might be a decade off or two. This may just be an old game or an old game designed to look like an old game. In the spirit of a classic PC 9800 titles. So it is a brand new game, it's just designed to look like an old game. Before Your Eyes, spiritual follow-up narrative adventure game Goodnight Universe has been announced. So apparently there's a game called Before Your Eyes. Okay. Not really getting too much from it at the moment. Become a Psychic Baby. Okay. That's a kind of funny twist. Kaku Ancient Seal Early Access receives a major overhaul. The full release is due out this summer for PC and later for PS5 and Xbox Series. You know, we don't get that very often, and we probably should be getting it way more often. That something comes out in early access, it's received somewhat poorly, one would assume, and then it gets a major overhaul. In this case, it almost feels like this game was received incredibly well, and it's getting a major overhaul, so one hopes they don't go in the wrong direction. This feels like this is an open world single player game. So it's tagged as, and yeah. There does look like in some of the screenshots room for some more things to be on screen or more actions to interact with. Sometimes it does kind of feel like you're seeing some really big areas with nothing going on in those areas. You kind of don't want that situation. But yeah, this looks interesting to say the least so far. Lispenga, the Time Shift Warrior, is coming to the Switch on May 14th. It's currently available on PC. Let's see what the reviews are on that. 63 mostly positive reviews, 76% mostly positive. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. This came out in February. Short story driven game Pine, A Story of Loss is going to be published by Fellow Traveler. Seems to be for smartphones and PC and Switch. Games about loss and stories about loss do happen, but kind of rarely do you put it in your title. Generally, if you expect a loss, it's less impactful than if it just hits you. And notably in games, there's a lot of points where there's room for good narrative reasons to have loss happen, and the video game just wants to end on a happy note, and so you don't have loss. Or characters die that you actually care about. Of course, the other problem in video games is that there's usually a large amount of people you just don't care about. NPC characters, enemy characters, that if they die, if you lose them, it doesn't matter. And weirdly, that's definitely a reason why most people are still talking about losing a major character in Final Fantasy VII decades later, because that was a character you were putting experience into and equipment on, and that character was just abruptly killed by cinematics, effectively losing all that experience and all those items permanently. Stellar Blade launch trailer is available. The game is out today, April 26th. Still exclusive to the PS5 though. Gothic Remake Collector's Edition has been announced. We have a Steam link for Gothic. I think this is that really old game. Nope. This looks completely different from the game I was thinking. Okay. May very well be some relevance here. Or this may very well just be THQ Nordic squeezing out as many games as possible before they go bankrupt. Deathbound adds a PS5 and Xbox Series versions. Vaguely recall a game called Deathbound, but seems like it's not out yet. The Famitsu sales from the 15th to the 21st have been updated on Komatsu. Let's see what we see. So, we basically saw nothing new before this was updated. Uh, you have an Ark Survival Ascended for PS5 in the 9th spot, and then this game in the 20th spot. Yeah, and you still see massive dominance of the Nintendo Switch compared to the PS5. No PS4 games in the top 30 spots, and pretty obviously no Xbox games. So even the people who are buying, even the 2,149 people who are buying Xboxes, Series X's, are 100% buying everything via Game Pass or digitally. They're not buying any physical discs. Almost certainly there are no physical discs on shelves in stores in Japan for Xbox. The hardware sales still have the Switch outselling everything. And yeah, the biggest competition for Nintendo when they release their next console is really going to be themselves, as far as can they continue to sell games and dominate. PS5 Pro might come out and might help sales a little bit, but if the next Nintendo console comes out after the PS5 Pro and eats its lunch, then you can pretty much assume that there will be just a dominating Nintendo force for another 4 years at least. Unless there's some major changes. Unless the Steam Deck becomes super popular. I haven't seen any Japanese people talk about the Steam Deck. I'm not even sure that it's easily available to purchase. It definitely could catch on quite well, but you would almost have to make a real effort to get it in the hands of Japanese influencers to promote it and get a lot of Japanese games to run very smoothly on it, and get the producers and developers of games in Japanese companies to be hyped about making games that are compatible with it. I think they would be if you could sell them on it. There may still be an issue where they don't want to promote or purchase a American piece of hardware over the Nintendo Switch. But yeah, I think that resistance may not be as high as people might assume. That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Isekai Chronicles has been announced for all consoles and PC. Yeah. I definitely think that you could convince Japanese people to buy Steam Decks and play Steam Decks. The Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime is I believe, light novel that got turned into an anime, and this is your main protagonist character who was a human, died, and then got reincarnated in a isekai, another world, as a Dragon's Quest style blue slime, who then very quickly, I believe, found a dragon full of magic and swallowed the dragon's magic and became incredibly powerful, and then managed to just become the leader of an entire village and get magic, and relatively quickly he gained enough magic to transform himself from being a slime into being a blue-haired human, which I feel like the joke was funnier if he was just always this super powerful slime character that could defeat anyone possible. But yeah, he basically negotiated a truce to create a tribe of magical wolves and orcs and other creatures. So you have this whole collection of characters. Looking at these screenshots, they don't look amazingly interesting, but if you're a fan of the anime, I imagine this is good enough. Let's see what people who actually purchased the game feel about it. It's not out yet, so they don't have any opportunity to say anything yet. This is another one of these games that feel like they are probably a year late to the party at least, because the anime came out, it feels like at least a year ago, if not 2 or 3. I don't feel like there was any other interesting twist in the story that I ever heard. Just kind of parroting the isekai concept in the fantasy world, the fantasy gameplay concept. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink version 1.2.0 updates April 26, and version 1.3.0 is coming in late May. I would assume this is mostly a mobile game. It is on Steam. Let's see if we've got any reviews here. It's on my wish list, and although if this is really just more of an MMO game, or it's a game that's just constantly getting updated, I'm not sure that there actually is ever going to be a good time to play a game like this. This is one of those fantasy games where you have several characters that feel like they fit the part, and then you have possibly a goddess character that's dressed completely different and no armor at all. You have a female knight in conforming female armor, which you would never really do that. Like, it doesn't make any sense unless there's something magical about the armor. And then you have this character that is in as light of a dress as you might ever see, and simplistic of a dress as you might ever see. Guess there's really no harm in making another YouTube short on that. We're almost done. About 10 more games from Gamatsu, and then we'll be close to being done after that. Memento Moria, The Abandoned Neverland for PS4 Switch launches August 29th in Japan. I guess not to be confused with the mobile game that I play, which is Memento Mori. These two screenshots do not seem like they are connected in any way. It would be kind of interesting if Memento Mori came to PC, but it is also a idle gacha game, so launching it and running it on PC wouldn't really do much or show much. It might be a good way to have something going on in the background as far as audio, but actually it wouldn't work very well from a YouTuber or content streamer at all, because the music is custom soundtrack music that they're selling on Soundtrack, so you would almost certainly get Content ID claimed at the very least, if not DMCA struck at the worst, if you tried to play Memento Mori with the music up. And if you don't play it with the music up, it's not going to be worth playing. So far, this game is still not saying anything about supporting English. Hunter x Hunter Nin X Impact 15 minutes of gameplay are available on Gamatsu. The Legend of Heroes Kai no Kisekai Farewell O Zemuria details characters, story, and new battle system elements. That's quite the mouthful. This is one of those press releases with all the screenshots and all the details. Just lots and lots of scrolling downward. And Gamatsu is the only news source I follow that really deserves some applause for bothering to put all these images up and making a proper news article for people who would actually be interested in that, instead of just ignoring all the press packet images you might get in a press release and just copying and pasting the ad copy with very little changes to it. Moving on. Death End Request Code Z first details and screenshots are available on Gamatsu. This roguelike RPG is due out September 19th in Japan. So we'd only really seen some teaser images before, and so now we have a proper screenshot here. It's not saying that it's coming to PC in Japan. It might get an English translation, but it might not. I think the two previous Death End games do have English translations and are on Steam, so there's a decent chance that it would come to Steam. Although also I think there may have had to have been some censorship or self-censorship in place for the second game in the series to get it on Steam. I mean, you can see here on the screenshot that there's this digital kind of blurring of the slash marks of somebody being slashed very severely here, and digital blurring of wounds but not really hiding the blood. And see, this almost certainly is a case of them censoring for the Japanese audience in gore more than censoring for nudity. Like, I think this is the head of this character. So I imagine there's probably a lot of scenarios where characters get bloodily killed. Maybe they go back in time or play a different alternate story, alternate reality. Honestly, it looks like this lady may be so slashed up in her clothes that she's topless, or her boobs are showing. Frankly, I'm having a hard time seeing where her other leg is. Seems like her leg might be missing, and you might be seeing up her skirt too. This might be her leg. It's hard to tell. And then here's probably what you see a lot more of is just visual novels and the characters not being bloodily killed. This very possibly is the very first scene at the very beginning of the game to catch your attention, and then it settles down into being just a normal visual novel story with what looks like could be fairly boring looking positional placement, maybe turn-based RPG gameplay, which, yeah, I'm not sure I could really tolerate playing this gameplay, even if you're promising a gory splatterfest. Noticeably, you don't get a lot of splatterfest games. Like, as a genre, that there are way more Splatterfest movies than there are Splatterfest games. Mortal Kombat, I guess, would be a good one to call a Splatterfest. We don't even really use that phrase when it probably would make a lot of sense. And I guess part of that certainly is the case that in movies, doing a Splatterfest is an interesting it's an interesting effect that requires squibs and hiding blood pumps and just blood bags and dropping blood all over the place. Whereas in video games, having a ton of blood is pretty easy. And there are some games that do have a ton of blood, but they never really use that genre or that concept too much. Now, I'm not sure I can name a single game that really should be called a Splatterfest. No More Heroes, I guess, is probably the closest game like that, but there's so much else going on in No More Heroes, I wouldn't really call it a Splatterfest. But when you do the finisher moves with your laser sword in No More Heroes, the characters do splatter blood, pixelated blood all over the place. And that may be another thing, is that nobody is just really committed to it to try and have hyper-realistic gallons, ridiculous amounts of blood gushing out of people. And maybe there isn't really that much demand for it. I don't think there's that much demand for Splatterfest movies either, but there is obviously an audience there. Like Gwar fans and people like that almost certainly should have a game that would appeal to them. Anyways, moving on. Neptunia versus Titan Dogo official trailer and new systems have been detailed. I believe this was the half motorcycle, half Neptunia game crossover, which seems like it is really just driving around motorcycles with Neptunia characters riding. And then there's a lot of these little bear characters being your enemies, it seems. Yeah, this does not really scream quality to me. It feels like it is very much a case of a cheap side game. But I'll be interested to see if anybody reviews it or buys it. Is it coming to Steam? I might as well make a YouTube short on it if they have a link, though. Nope, no Steam link so far as I can tell. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door for Switch has its overview trailer. If you want to check that out on Gamatsu. I don't know if you really need a trailer for a game that is just getting re-released, but whatever. Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord remake launches May 23rd for all consoles and PC. This is older news. Yep. And I still really don't think I could ever justify playing such an old game, even though it's been remastered. But it noticeably is very relevant to a group of people that like it very much. Probably 100% due to nostalgia. A side-scrolling roguelike action game, Jungle, to be published by Astrolabe Games. This is one I apparently missed. Rotworld is now available in early access. Let's see what that looks like on Steam. Yeah. And Paladins for PC launches May 15th. And so that's all the Gamatsu articles. Let's go through if there's anything new to say around GameDeveloper.com. I really have just shifted GameDeveloper.com news with this being broken to talking about it at the beginning instead of at the end. And almost everything that I'm interested in saying anything about from GameDeveloper.com is a big story. But yeah, I think we covered all of this. Here's one that we didn't cover. Even here, when you look at the headlines, "This water is wet, the Pope is Catholic, and Reality Labs continues to lose billions," is just an inconsistent headline with every other story, even from the same person. And I think we already talked about another Crab's Treasure selling through 30,000 units within its first day, which isn't a bad number by any means, but it's not a huge number for what a AAA game. It's probably a huge number for an indie game. Before we wrap up today, let's look at this story. Steam Labs developer, which is basically, I think, nobody, because this would have been a second-party developer that Valve would have hired to make Steam Labs, I would guess, or maybe a first-party employee at Valve who worked on Steam Labs but doesn't work at Valve anymore, or doesn't work on Steam Labs. No, the important question to ask here, and I don't know the answer, is Steam Labs a game, or is Steam Labs a division in Valve? Who knows? But then he is claiming that 1,000 games, nice round number, use generative AI, which that number is almost certainly higher than that. I could probably very quickly find 1,000 adult games just in the adult section that use generative AI. And even if none of the games I found actually did use generative AI, they will look like they use generative AI in the first place. And so I think the bigger issue here is if you're going to be libertarian and let everything on your website, a storefront, Steam, and just hope the algorithm suggests the right games to the right people, then you can't really curate at all. Even though we know Valve does censor and curate a little. Or you make yourself judge, jury, and executioner, and you do curate, and you try to balance the impossible goal of being fair while looking at games and saying we don't think these games are quality enough. And I don't think they want to do that, and I don't think that's a good system. I think there is arguably a great system that could be created where if games are listed via Steam Direct in particular, like you kind of don't care about the people that you've already investigated and given permission and made a sweetheart deal. You don't care about EA or Ubisoft or Microsoft or the games they put on Steam. They're not making the garbage games. But for the Steam Direct people, if their games aren't making certain sales metrics, you probably just need to warn them or put their game on sale if you can do that without telling them, and see if it sells when it's on sale. But if even after a sale it's not making certain metrics, just delist the game. And the algorithm is effectively burying those games anyways, but if you just pulled the plug and delisted them and said, you know what, your game didn't sell, we didn't do anything to promote it, we didn't do anything to not promote it, but your game didn't sell, it's time for us to part ways and no longer be business partners because the hosting fees are too high, although they probably aren't that high. It's probably all profit Steam Direct for Valve to just have those games on one server somewhere. As far as generative AI, almost certainly it's going to have to be a case where the fans, gamers, are going to have to decide whether they're willing to play games with generative AI or not. Because there is definitely an argument that small indie game developers might be able to use generative AI to make a really good game that they otherwise would not be able to make at all. The subheadline here says Steam titles big and small have incorporated generative AI, from the finals in Tribes 3 to Retro Maze and Girls of the Tower. This is from developer Ichiro Lanbei. Lanbei previously worked at Valve on Steam Labs tool focused on discoverability. Now, if he hasn't worked there in the past few years, then generative AI was basically not available to most people. And even now, generative AI is really just procedurally generating based on a lot of sampling of other people's copyrighted material. Well, apparently he did work there long enough to learn that 1,000 titles on the platform disclose using generative AI. Which, that would be 1,000 titles doing the right thing and disclosing it, which isn't even a controversy at that point. Valve gave the green light for developers to put games made with generative AI on the storefront. As long as it didn't have anything illegal or infringing, it could go to Steam, a standard the vast majority of titles cleared. So this correction, the story has been updated to correctly state the approximate number of games numbers in tens of thousands of previously stated the number as being in millions. So they've gone down from a million to tens of thousands to 1,000 at some point. So this is almost like a non-story at this point. I can personally attest, however, to my experience. I look at every single game that comes out on Steam, and I have not seen a major increase of games that feel like they are being made by generative AI. It feels like I really haven't even seen one extra game that feels like it's been generative AI. I just am seeing still a lot of asset flip games, and maybe the assets that are being flipped are generative AI assets. But yeah, I bet that's not even the case. So the bigger issue certainly here would be just garbage games and asset flip games first. Generative AI has yet to even show its ugly head, if it is going to be a problem as far as games go. And certainly we should hold the AAA developers and publishers' feet to the fire and say that they can afford to hire an artist way more than it makes sense to hold an indie person feet to the fire. But yeah, there is a joke meme I was thinking about making where I would use generative AI to make a meme pointing at somebody going, "This man used generative AI," or "He's a traitor to all humanity." But use AI to make that accusational meme about people using AI. And yeah, I thought about doing that, but it's not something I actually wasted my time on. One thing I can say about AI as we wrap up the show here is you probably shouldn't use it in pretty much any scenario. If you're in school and you're using it, you're going to get caught, even though some schools are going to try to use AI to actually grade papers, which that's going to be a disaster and not work very quickly. If you're in a job and you use it, you're probably going to get caught. And the longer it takes you to get caught, the bigger that snowball is going to be once it finally comes crashing down on your head, because there's going to be legal ramifications. Like there basically isn't any job where you would be making something and then using generative AI and probably committing copyright infringement, or using AI and getting absolutely the wrong information that would have you testifying or stating something incredibly inaccurate that is going to hurt you way more than just saying I couldn't finish the project or I couldn't get it done in time. That, like, you may get fired for both reasons, but you also don't want to get fired and sued for using AI. There have already been stories of lazy lawyers trying to use AI and immediately they get caught for just having the wrong information, or for it being very obvious. AI is not going to get much better very quickly to get past those points either. There is perhaps an argument to be made that artists should come together and trade services for free to compete against AI, but all that's making an argument for is that the only way to compete against copyright infringement is to devalue your own human creative effort to zero, and artists cannot really afford to do that, otherwise they literally will starve to death. They won't just be figurative starving artists, they'll be literal starving artists. Anyways, on that thought, that's going to be it for this stream. I know we're ending fairly late today, and this was a long one. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.